and let you take off. Not literally, but
I'm not wearing that kind of hat, but sure. Okay, so we're going to, first of all, welcome to part 3 of RLI. I realize some of you may have taken RLI out of order, which is fine. Interestingly, this upcoming session on strategic planning used to be in part 2. And last year they changed it to part 3. And I think that makes sense, because a lot of things that we heard and learned in parts 1 and 2 kind of come together in terms of what makes sense for an effective club plan. And that's what we're going to talk about today. It's also a double session, so when we're done, we'll take a break. I think it makes sense because there's so much to cover in strategic planning. So again, please feel free to ask questions. I also may reach out to you and ask you for maybe your own experiences. If you're a current or a past club president, I would be interested in your experiences with your club planning as well. Before we start, I think I'm going to do a couple of polls. So give me 1 second. Okay, a few more seconds. Okay. So this is pleasing to me. When I've asked previously, there used to be more no's. So hopefully we have done a good job of reinforcing the importance of having a club plan, whether it be a one-year plan or a longer term. So that is very promising. Governor-elect Bob, this is good news for you too, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, we're gonna ask the next question.
Your employer have a plan?
Yeah, if you're not retired. Okay. So to me, the only distinction between the two is that there were fewer no's on your employer having a plan than your Rotary Club having a plan. That is the indication to me that, and I've seen this over the years, that tends to be the truth, meaning our Rotary clubs may not have a plan, and yet the people who are in our Rotary Club are often business leaders, and they have plans in their companies or their organizations where they work. And I've been very interested in trying to understand why people who understand the value of a plan in their work life either don't appreciate or don't see the value of having a plan in their Rotary life. Any observations about that, maybe from your personal experience, about why there may be a discrepancy between the two?
Yes, I would like to explain my opinion. I think that on the organizations, it's a very formal process. On my previous experiences, we have certain months of the year where certain meetings have to occur in terms of strategic planning, management review, et cetera, and that comes from the divisions down to the plants. So I think that that's a kind of disconnection that we have with Rotary, and that could be an opportunity of improvement.
Thank you. Warren, you have your hand raised. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think there's a built-in structural barrier in that Rotary clubs change presidents annually, and companies usually have a more stable, consistent leadership. There are obviously benefits to having the Rotary system in place, but I think strategic planning is one area that may fall in the cracks as different presidents with different visions and different goals come into play.
I would agree. And if anything, and we talk about this in pets, is that in part because presidents do change every year, it's probably even more important to have a plan, because then you're at the mercy of the leader that's coming in for 1 year, and then you're back to square one. And because of that, we really reinforce making sure that the successors are part of the planning process, because we want to make sure that it's something that's a little bit longer term. So any other comments or suggestions about that? I was just interested in whether there was any difference between the two. Again, the biggest good news is that a lot of your clubs have plans, and that is great.
Dave Anderson has a comment.
Dave, go ahead.
I'm a government contractor, so our contracts generally run 5 years or so, and consequently, it encourages us to plan ahead of time. A number of years ago, when I was a club president, we laid out a 3-year plan, but then differences of personalities ended that plan as we changed presidents. In that respect, I think it points out the need and the urgency of trying to get onto the same platform to maintain a fairly level thing. Our club is not, in my opinion, our club has not really found that. Although we've had some excellent presidents, Bob's wife this year, who has gone out of her way to try to pull people together and to do a bit longer range planning.
Excellent, thank you. Okay.
Jeff,
Yes. Tom?
maybe you also should look at the size of clubs that have plans. Maybe some of the smaller clubs don't see as big a need as a large club that has a lot more structure sometimes.
That is true, and that goes back to, I think, a point that was raised earlier in the corporate environment. Planning doesn't have to be formal to be effective. You know, a small group of people can sit around at the local bar and hash out like 2 or 3 year goals, and that's still effective. And I think we tend to think formality with planning, structure, and all that, and that's fine. But if you have a small group of people, you can still go through a planning process. It doesn't have to be as formal. So I would agree, smaller clubs, smaller groups of people, they should still be planning, but their process may not be as structured and as rigid and as formal, but it still can be effective. Deborah?
In my club, there is a strategic plan, and it's reviewed and updated every 3 years. However, I don't think it's been shared with the members. So that's unfortunate.
It is, and we'll talk about that. That is a major part, you know, as part of being transparent, but also the members are part of the plan too. And so if they're not part of it, or if they're not engaged or not aware, then the plan is not going to be as effective as it could be.
Mhm.
Jeff, I think touching on what Deborah said, I think it's not that hard to come up with a plan. The problem is implementing the plan and making it.
Amen. So see, we're a Rotary Temple, and that was my first amen of today. Developing a plan is not that hard. I mean, developing a good plan is sometimes difficult. It's execution. We struggle. And I would say in organizations like Rotary, where we have a volunteer workforce, it's often even more challenging to execute the plan. In the corporate world, people are getting, I hate to say it, people are getting paid. They have jobs to do. It's in their job description. They implement the plan. Rotary, you've got to get buy-in and commitment, and people need to be passionate about it, because that's what's going to drive them, right? We don't do it for the pay. Boy, this is excellent. We are done. Who's next? Any other feedback on that before we get into the nuts and bolts of the session? This was
Yeah.
great. Thank you. Yes, Dan?
I've had people express to me that Rotary is where they intend, that's where they have fun. It's not work. And they don't like the planning in Rotary because it's not, doesn't fit with their idea.
It's just, I feel like I'm,
That was my response.
yeah, it just is very interesting. It's like, yeah, Rotary is fun. Would we like to have more fun?
Yeah.
Can we get more members to have fun? You know, it's like planning does not have to be laborious. Goes back to that notion of formality. It doesn't have to be laborious. It just makes sense. We're part of an organization that wants to do better than it's doing now. You know, those member survey. Oh, Sunny?
I was just going to make the comment that unless you have a game to play, you're just living in the drift. And you can have more fun if you have a plan and achieve it.
Yeah, that's right. Add wine to every step of the plan. That's great. You know, so we'll get into this now, but I at least wanted to plant the seeds. I'm glad that at least in Rotary Leadership Institute, this is part of the third part of RLI. It's kind of aggregating a lot of things that we've talked about before. And whatever your role is in the club, if you're a relatively new member, that's great. Hopefully you can provide input into your club's plan. If you're a president-elect, you're going to be very involved in this because Bob and I are really reinforcing the importance of having plans. So I'm going to go ahead and, so for most of the next hour and a half, I'm going to be sharing my screen. So I may not be seeing you. And if I don't see you, just speak up, ask your question. You don't need to raise your hand because I may not see it, okay? So this is the RLI manual, and I just want to go over a couple things in the strategic planning section here. First, the RLI manuals go through ongoing review and revision. One of the revisions that was recently made, other than moving it to part 3, is that this used to be called strategic planning and analysis, and I really liked that because I thought it was important to reinforce that it's not just planning, and it's not just executing, but it's analyzing it, it's reviewing it, it's making adjustments. It's still here, like analyzing your Rotary Club, but that's not the same as analyzing your plan or analyzing your performance. That's okay. We're still going to talk about analysis. As we all know, RLI is not an official Rotary program. We can make adjustments. I make plenty when I do this facilitation, so we'll talk about that anyway. There are some materials. The templates that are at the end of this module are really good. In fact, we use them in our district for our strategic planning support that we offer to clubs. We're not going to go through the templates specifically. We're going to talk about the value of having templates like those. But please take an opportunity to look at those because they are good. Okay. Everyone knows that under the title, we have this beautiful, simple statement of what this module is intended to address. I can strengthen my club by promoting and leading insightful planning. So notice the I here, this can be anyone. It does not have to be the president-elect. Obviously, the president-elect is going to have a major role, but anyone in a Rotary Club can promote and lead insightful planning. So again, if you're a relatively new member, and we do promote Rotary Leadership Institute for new members as a way to kind of understand Rotary, you can be part of it too. I also appreciate the term insightful planning. It's not just going through the motions planning. It's insightful. It's, oh, that's really interesting planning, or aha planning. And ultimately, the plan is intended to strengthen the club. So we do these Be a Vibrant Club workshops, which have been very successful. And, you know, a lot of clubs are already successful, which is great. When we ask them, would you want to be more successful? They typically will say, well, yes, we're not complacent. We're not just humming along, because if we don't continue to grow, we will start to lose. I mean, there's other expressions for that, but there's a tendency that no matter where your club is, if your club is struggling, if your club is healthy, if your club is kind of in the middle, it can always be strengthened. There's always opportunities, and the plan should reflect that. The goals of the session are to understand the value in the process for planning. We're going to spend a lot of time on it. A lot of time. We'll also talk about the elements of the plan, like the goals. But we're also going to talk about the process of planning. And that's where we can get into a little bit about this kind of formal versus informal approach. The importance of analyzing the club. We'll talk about that. Reviewing areas of improvement and discussing how the improvements should be made. So these two are going to get more into the execution of the plan. And again, and I don't know, I've seen it. I've been doing strategic planning for over 30 years. And when I see organizations go through the process of developing a plan, and then the plan is in a nice book on a shelf, sitting there collecting dust, nothing bothers me more. It's like, what a waste of time. So we're going to talk about executing the plan, because that's where the rubber meets the road. Okay, I'm going to shift over to a Word document that we're going to use to track your ideas. We're not going to go back to the facilitation or the participants manual too much. I don't necessarily follow the order of the questions. So if you're taking notes, don't try to necessarily find where I am. I like to think of, just like the first goal, thinking about the planning process. It has a beginning, it has a middle, and it has an end. And what we're going to do is we're going to look at each element of that, the beginning, the middle, and the end. And then, of course, after the end, there may be another beginning. It's continual. But we're going to go through this process in terms of sequence. Okay, does that make sense to everyone? So don't worry about the outline in the RLI manual, because I don't want you to get confused. So the first process, or the first step in the process, or the first stage, is what I'm going to call pre-planning, or planning for planning. Yes, I've heard planning for planning. I would rather say pre-planning, because if I hear planning for planning, I'm going to say, well, how do you plan for that, right? And then it just becomes ad infinitum. So let's just say pre-planning, preparation for the planning, okay? You don't just wake up one day and you develop a plan. There's things you want to do, and by you, it's the collective you. It's your club board, it's your membership, whoever's doing this. So I'm going to ask you all, from your experience, whether it be in Rotary or whether it be in your corporate life or any other aspect of your life, if you're going to get involved in some kind of planning effort, what are some of the key steps that need to be done in preparation for that? And again, I'm not going to see hands, so just go ahead and speak up.
Identifying key members to be part of that process.
Yes. And by the way, I love the word key. So if I were grading you, I would give you an A, regardless of how you did the rest of the time, just because you used the word key. And that's part of the planning process, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's think about that for a second. Who would some of the key members be? And again, some of you are with small Rotary clubs. And so there may be fewer people, but it doesn't mean you still can't identify your key members. So regardless of if it's a small club, large club, whatever it happens to be, what or who would some of those key members be that we would want to have participate?
How about the leadership team as far as the president-elect, et cetera?
Who else on the leadership team?
Committee chairs,
Sorry?
committee chairs.
Chairs. Yep.
Your treasurer,
past presidents or others that have a history of where the club has been?
Okay, I'm gonna put them underneath only because they may not be considered leadership, current leadership team. But yes,
On the current leadership team, you also have your secretary.
yep. And if it were me, I want to make sure that the secretary is doing more than taking minutes. Anyone else in terms of the leadership team? And that's great. Nan, these are just examples. Every club's going to be different, but you want to have the leadership team. And by the way, it's which leadership team? Is it the current leadership team?
You said the
Is it
current.
Sorry?
I believe current would be the most beneficial. And as he said, the past presidents.
Right. Can we say here current and incoming?
It has to include the incoming, because otherwise
Yes.
you're going to die at the end of the year.
Right. Well, plus the incoming leadership team is going to be more involved in executing the plan because they're the ones that are going to be in a position to be more involved in execution when the next Rotary year starts.
Jeff, it seems to me that in most clubs, or especially our club's a large club, are fairly large, but it seems to me that they are key members of the club that don't necessarily have title positions that might be well to invite. So I would say people that show a interest and fortitude for or desire for long range planning.
Yep, I would agree with that. So I just put down.
I think those are your informal leaders and your influencers.
Yes.
Yeah. Influencers.
I love that.
You know, Jeff, something I've been considering is bringing like an outside perspective.
Yes.
Every town has like another nonprofit or service organization, and that's pretty strong. In our case, United Way locally, and they have some great leadership, and I would be curious to see their outside perspective.
So I'm adding things as you're talking. I totally agree with that. And there's a lot of caveats here, which we'll get to in a second, but I think it's huge to have an outside perspective. It could be another nonprofit, but if it is another nonprofit, it should be a nonprofit that's familiar with your club. If they're not familiar with the club, they're going to be asking more questions than they're going to be inputting ideas. Your club may have natural partnerships in your community, collaborations. If you are sponsoring a Rotaract club, it could be a member of the Rotaract club or a member of the Interact club or some other group that you're working with. So I generally am a big fan or a proponent of having someone from an outside perspective if they know your club. They have a vested interest in your club's success, right? So I'll typically refer to them as stakeholders. They're people that represent organizations that have a vested interest in our success.
Jeff, we were lucky to have a member who was a Baldridge Quality New Mexico examiner who led us through the strategic planning process. And that was an internal resource that we just were able to take advantage of. And it really helped us to understand the whole strategic process and pull that plan together.
I know him well, and I'm a big fan.
I guess I would say facilitator, whether it's internal or external.
Right.
I don't necessarily think a facilitator has to be within the club.
I would agree. Let me, well, you guys are flying with ideas here. Could be external as well. So let's talk about that for a second.
Would the board of directors be part of that leadership team?
Let's put them here. If they're not, if some clubs, they're committee chairs or board members, some they're not. So let's go ahead and put board members, just so that we're being all inclusive. So, so a couple scenarios here. Incoming president who really wants to develop a plan, knows how to do it. And if that person knows how to do it, they may do it. if they know that they need it and don't know how to do it, then they're going to want someone that's going to lead the team through the process. And that person can be an internal resource, like in the case of Richard, or it can be external. If your club doesn't have an internal resource, you want to look externally. But once again, you don't want to bring someone in that doesn't know about the club. Because again, they're going to be asking a lot of questions and so on. They'd have to do a lot of upfront work, which they would. But if they are external, there's a few candidates to think about. It's like, for example, your assistant governor. Your assistant governor should know your club if they're doing a good job. And even if they're not facilitating, they can provide a lot of value. In fact, I'm going to mention them outside perspective. I'm going to put them up here also. They have a vested interest in your club's success. And if they know planning, they could be the person to facilitate your process. So that's a very important decision for the group to make, is who's leading the process. Is it going to be the president, a facilitator? It's got to be someone that really understands the value of a planning process and has a really sound approach to get it done. So it can be internal or external.
Jeff,
Yep.
where would new members come in here? It seems like they have some interesting perspectives that might help us with our planning, and they're really the future of the club.
You got that right. I'm going to put it right in here.
Yeah, under C, for sure.
Yeah. You know, when I facilitated our planning process, we had some new members. Now, we had two new members. One of them was fairly young and the other one was not fairly young. And that was interesting too, because there was an age differential, but they were both new to Rotary. I think it's great to involve new members. And again, they don't have a club role, but they have a lot of ideas. They're passionate and they're not biased to what the club had been doing previously because they weren't part of the club. So they, and that's one thing we'll mention pretty quickly here is bias is an issue, potentially. The people who participate in a planning process have to be willing to let go of things that maybe didn't work, things that didn't work, but they thought should have worked. We all have biases. And if you're going to be involved in a planning process, you need to be open-minded. So if you have like a pet project or a pet activity and the club tried it and it's not working, if that person can't let go, it's going to possibly disrupt the meeting because they're going to keep pushing this thing that didn't work. If that makes sense?
Yeah.
So it's important, whoever's leading this process, once these people have been invited, to just say, please understand that we're inviting you. Let's say the past presidents, that's a good example. We're inviting you because you're a past president. You have a lot of experience, knowledge, and so on. We want your input, but we don't want your bias. Be open-minded. If we review something that happened while you were president, don't get defensive about it, because people may do that, right? We're just going to be open-minded and we're going to focus on the future. Learn from the past, focus on the future. Okay, this is a nice list. And the only thing I would just say is whether you're a small club or large, the size of this group, if it gets too large, could be less effective. That is, if you've got a group of 20 to 25 people, that's tough. It's hard to get agreement with a group that size. If I'm facilitating a planning process, I have a range in mind that is ideal to me, and it's like 12 to 15. If it's less than 12, I'm going to wonder, did we get all these different perspectives under D here? Or are we all like, one person says something and everyone else says yes all the time? If it's more than 15, then we get bogged down in disagreement because it's hard for a larger group to come to an agreement. But again, that's just me. There's no like right or wrong here, but you kind of get the gist. Size of the group is important. And if you're a small club, maybe even bring in more outside perspective. You know, if you're a club of 6 or 7 people and you want 10 or 12, invite 3 or 4 from the community to be part of it.
Jeff, isn't this really the process here? We're talking about pre-planning. It's not the planning committee or whatever, but isn't this the process of trying to get as many ideas as possible, and then eventually to weed those down into a workable number?
Yes, all we're doing is we're identifying key members. So we're as there's some group that's preparing for the event and they're saying, okay, who do we need to include? And once that group has been decided, they get invitations or however they get invited to participate in this.
Jeff?
Yes.
Yeah, this suggestion might take a little more time, but I've been involved where you have a larger group and you just break that group down into teams that work individually and then report back. So you still draw some consensus among the group.
Yeah.
So that then you really only have to reconcile maybe 3 to 5 different opinions.
Yeah. Again, there's no one way. Absolutely. Okay, so we've identified key members. Okay, there's other things we need to do in pre-planning. What's another major thing we need to do as we are preparing for planning?
Whatever you're doing, there's always a cost. So it's either sweat equity or financial. And I think that needs to be talked about pre-planning. Is there money or are there volunteers? And where is that coming from?
Okay, so I'm putting a number of things in here, Carolyn. Let me know if this is okay. So consider, this pre-planning, so we're considering. Consider sweat equity, money, financials, volunteers.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's, as I understand what you're saying, that's to be considered as part of the plan. We're not doing the plan yet, but and we're preparing for the plan to say, let's make sure that as we're going through this, we're thinking about financial implications and volunteer time and all of that, right? I think that's a yes. Well, that's one of the reasons why plans don't succeed, right? We talked about how difficult it is to execute a plan. One reason is because we haven't considered things like volunteer time or volunteer willingness.
Absolutely. If you need 500 volunteers, you need to think about that up front.
Right. And by the way, it wasn't mentioned yet, but it may be fairly obvious to you all. Global grants are on a timeline that's usually more than one Rotary year, right? So under the financials and money, grants may be part of that too, right? And with grants comes financial management, right? I know Deborah's on, so you can speak better than pretty much any of us. Financial management is really important with grants, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And you got to have the funding to be able to do the project.
And the infrastructure to manage it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. What else do we need to consider as we're preparing for planning?
Jeff, I think, generally when we have these planning sessions, you have a limited amount of time to accomplish what you want to do. So one of the jobs is having people ready to hit the ground running when you start the meeting. So I think there's a little bit of homework, for lack of a better term, or just, kind of getting the pump primed a little bit before you hit the meeting.
Okay, I love that. Because I love homework. I'm a trainer. So what type of homework would we want to provide the planning? So number one, we identified the participants. Now we're looking at what homework are they gonna do before the meeting? What type of homework are they gonna do?
You need to know if you already have some form of plan. If so, they need to be familiar with the plan.
Yep.
And if not, then you need to do survey probably.
Okay, determine if there's a current plan in place. If so, review it. What was the second one, Dan?
Consider a survey to find out interests and of the club.
Okay. So here's a great example of why preparation for planning is so important, and I've seen it. Group says, yeah, we're all on board on planning. We'll do our planning this coming Wednesday. It's like, okay, and we need to survey the members. Well, we don't have time to survey the members. This is one of those where it's going to take some time, right? So you don't want to do this like a few days before your planning meeting. If you're going to do a survey, you want time.
Jeff?
Yes?
Maybe this is a good opportunity to have a club assembly to discuss the idea in general of a strategic plan.
Yep.
So that your membership knows you're involved in it and get some thoughts for them before you even set your pre-planning committee up.
Absolutely. Big fan. If you think about, I don't know how your clubs do assemblies, but if you think about one assembly per quarter, it would be nice if that fourth quarter assembly, if you're doing one per quarter, talks about planning for the upcoming Rotary year. That would kind of make sense, wouldn't it? If you talk about it in the first quarter, it's too early. But fourth quarter that's when clubs are planning, right? That's typically when they're thinking about this. So yeah, I like that idea. Club assembly to discuss the notion of the upcoming plan. Okay, let's go back to the considering a survey. There are different types of surveys. And it depends on what type of information you're looking for. So what would be the most common type of survey that a club should consider if it's going to partake in planning? Or who would be the recipients of the survey? Maybe that's a better question.
The club members.
Club members. And again, if any of you have personal experience in this, feel free to interject. I'm a big fan of effective club member surveys. Rotary International promotes member surveys. Their templates typically are very long. So when I develop a survey, I may take the Rotary one, but I'll chop it because I just feel like it's too long. But you want to get useful information from the membership. What do you like? What should we keep? What don't you like? What should we drop? What should we add? And I'm an advocate of, while keeping surveys anonymous, because you want to make sure that people feel comfortable being open and honest in their responses, right? Because sometimes they may not, if they think that people are going to see their responses. It is still helpful to get information about their demographics. So when I did a survey, I asked, I said, don't give me your name. I just need to know how long have you been in Rotary? So I wanted to get relatively new Rotarians and Rotarians that have been in the club or in Rotary for years. And what I found is that when I split the data apart, they told me two different things. So that was one notion. How many years in Rotary? Age was interesting and not surprising. So younger members had a different sense of what they like to see than older members, regardless of how long they've been in Rotary. I also asked about gender, and gender was interesting, but it was not as significant as the age question was. So male versus female was interesting, but there weren't a lot of, ahas, like really significant differences. But those are some common ways to kind of ask so you can see if there's differences between the different groups in your club. Does that make sense?
Jeff, it seems to me like implementing the survey, you would get different results. If you send people a pen and paper thing at their homes, you're going to get different results than if you hand them out at a meeting. And it also strikes me that on Zoom, we have the capability of asking questions also, and that might get different results too.
Jeff, I would think that if, to some degree, if you could find past club members that have left the club, you might get an insight as to some of the reasons of dissatisfaction or whatever.
Yep. It's just like an exit interview, right?
I beg your pardon?
Like an exit interview. Why did you leave? I mean,
Yes.
you can ask it like that, but it's like, what was there anything about this club that was not enjoyable for you, especially if they left to join a different club, right? So, and that's the kind of thing you don't want to do it like a few weeks before the planning meeting, but during the course of a year, it may be interesting to get feedback from people who do leave the club. Agreed.
Jeff, there's like in our club, we have a satellite, and we just had to do a survey, and one of the issues that came up was, well, should we have a separate survey for the satellite, or should they be concluded on the one survey covers everybody in the club, including the satellite? And one issue with that is a satellite might have different intentions and plans than the main club would as well. So something to consider if you have a satellite.
It's another demographic, right? Consider differences if your club has a satellite. Absolutely. That's another differential, like how many years have you been in Rotary? And so a couple scenarios there. One is the questions may be the same, and you just say you remember the satellite group or you remember the whatever you call it, the main group. There may be other questions that are unique to the satellite group. Like the satellite group is interested in doing something that the other club is not interested in, and there may be a question just about that to people who are in that satellite. Absolutely. There's one other group that I think it's worth considering a survey other than the members current and present or current and past. And that would be like the groups you work with, like your partners, your charities, the other nonprofits, the recipients of your work, if that's an appropriate way to put it. What do they like?
Well, that's a small part of an overall group of outsiders.
Right, but they may not be at the meeting. If they're at the meeting, they'll let you know during the meeting, but there may be an opportunity before the meeting to ask some of these charities, can you give us some feedback on how well we've helped you and what we can do better and things like that. So and this is also part of, if you're getting involved in a global grant, this is almost like the community assessment. It's almost like, what can we do to help you? What's your needs? Just to get that outside perspective.
Jeff?
Yes.
Also, I think at times you need to have a person in charge of this talk to what I call a silent majority in your club that really don't speak up during meetings like assemblies. Talk to some people individually that maybe are hesitant to just voice themselves in a group, their ideas.
You know, again, this is not a module all about surveys. We could spend an hour talking about surveys. Right. To me, the most important measure of whether the survey is going to be effective or not is how many people respond, right? And if I do a member survey and 10% respond, I've got a problem. It's still a good idea, I think, to talk to some members individually, but I'm going to be monitoring the response rate on my survey. The surveys that I think are too long, when surveys are too long, people have a tendency not to respond. I mean, they just lose patience, right? So you'd like to get a high response rate, and in some cases, you may want to talk to some members individually. Absolutely. Okay. There are,
Jeff?
yes,
I'm sorry, are we going on to other homework? Because I wanted to call your attention to a chat.
go ahead, go ahead.
Warren made the excellent comment that part of the preparation might be reviewing the RI and district strategic plans.
Let's call that number 4.
Okay.
No,
Well,
I'm sorry,
okay.
that's part of
It's
homework.
homework. It's homework.
Let's make it D.
Let's.
And I'm going to put 3 exclamation points by it.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, review, and what I would call it in the planning world is review any relevant plans of your parent organization. And in our case, we have parents. We've got a district, and it has a plan, and we've got Rotary International, and it has a plan. And we review it to, I would say, to ensure alignment. This is not conformance. This is not Rotary saying this is what you must do. They're setting priorities. And they make sense. All Rotary clubs, they didn't put in there, and Sonny probably knows this verbatim. They didn't publish the priorities and say, and these are the priorities for North America, and these are the priorities for Western Europe, and these are the priorities for, clubs over 100 members. It's for all of us. So it's reasonable when you are a child and you have a parent organization, does the parent organization have a plan? And if the answer is yes, review it and determine how can we align to that. And aligning is an important concept. It's not fall in line and this is how you must do things. It's prioritized, right? We can't do everything. But RI and the district have provided, if you want to call it, lanes to swim through. This is our channel. Does that make sense, Sonny? Does that register with you? She's on mute. Okay. So yes, review RI. And
I'm sorry, I agree completely. I was copying a chat to talk to you about later, sorry.
So yes, reviewing RI and district plans. Okay, there's one more big homework assignment. And I'm watching the time here, so we need to move on. Another big one is to review past club performance. How did we do the last few years in membership? How did we do the last few years in foundation giving? How did we do the last few years in service projects? For those of you who are familiar with Rotary Club Central, which is the part of the Rotary website where you can see all the club results, that's huge in preparation for planning. Because I want to know, have we been on an upward trend? Have we been stagnant? How have we done? If we've been improving over the last 3 to 5 years, let's keep going, right? Keep doing what's working. If we're not improving, why not? And what can we do differently, right? So I would say reviewing past club performance may be the most valuable aspect of Rotary Club Central, is getting those really nice charts about club performance. And why would we even have them if we didn't have an opportunity to use them, right? Getting on my soapbox here. Okay. So there's a lot of pre-work to do, folks. This is a good list. There may be more, but we're going to move on. So we're going to get into the planning process and the plan itself. Is this making sense so far? I'm going to do a break here. Okay, so all that was pre-work. Now we're gonna plan. We have a process of planning, and we're going to have a plan that is the outcome of the process. It better be the outcome, or else why are we getting together? So we've identified the who. We've reviewed all the information, the plans, the performance, all of that. We've invited the people to participate, and now we're ready to go. What are things that we need to consider in terms of the actual planning itself? Few ideas?
The
Well, how much
elements of-
time you're allowing to
Time,
do it
yep.
and
Location.
location. Okay.
Hopefully it'll be in person soon. Although we do have to acknowledge that it's going to take time, and we're shifting into kind of like virtual meetings where there may be some people who want to participate, but they don't want to be in person. So we got to be thinking about that. And time is really important. For those of you who've been involved in club planning, how long was the meeting? Roughly.
We had a full day strategic planning thing with a facilitator.
Yeah, could be a full day. I would say if I were helping the Taos Milagro Club and you said we want to do a full day, I'd say, okay, can we do 2 half days? Only because just like, you know, we're going to be on Zoom from now until 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
We may start to burn out a little bit. We want to keep people engaged and fresh. So it may be 2 3-hour blocks as opposed to 1 6-hour block. And that's up to the group to decide. Time, location, I learned the hard way. Food. You know, people really get cranky if they don't have food. The first facilitation I did, I didn't think at all about the food, and I didn't think at all about how cold the room was, because it wasn't my room, and everyone complained about the food and how cold the room was. And I said, look, I'm facilitating a planning meeting. I need to know about goals and objectives and strategies. And they said, Jeff, we don't care about goals and objectives and strategies. We're hungry and cold. So just make sure you've got all the logistics, because you want people fresh, engaged, passionate. You don't want them complaining and shivering, right? So we need time, location, food, all of that. All that, let's just say logistics. Okay, I'm not going to worry about that for now.
Jeff, what about,
go ahead.
Maybe I missed something a little bit earlier, but what about scope of the plan?
Well, that's going to be in the process. That'll be in here.
Okay.
So, and I'll capture that in a second. So we got to work out the logistics. Okay. What else do we need? There's one more thing we need, I would say, in terms of just having a sound planning process for the actual meeting. And I'm going to start typing just because I'm tracking time here. How about an agenda? Wouldn't it be nice if we're meeting to have an agenda? I know we try to do that at the district. And minutes. Again, wouldn't it be nice to have it like documented so you don't forget anything? And have an agenda so you can, whoever's facilitating it, to make sure we just stay on topic and stay on task. So it would be good to have one.
We also need technology and flip charts and things like that.
Yes, let's add that to logistics. All of that. Yep. Okay, Dave mentioned the scope. So now we're going to get into what I think are going to be like the elements of the plan. We want to have a scope. Dave, how would you describe the scope to be? What are we looking for a scope? Dave is on mute.
How many years?
I'm sorry, yeah. How many years? I would say what generally are we trying to accomplish? Generally. So generally with planning, think about a pyramid with the idea that you start at the top with key themes. What are we trying to accomplish? What is our purpose? Why are we here? And then as the planning meeting continues, it expands and gets more specific and detailed.
Jeff,
Yes.
I participated in some, what they call here locally, white paper meetings about planning. And the first thing they did was, as a group, they just wrote down any idea that was, anything was put out there as far as scope of it. And then it broke down into what's more important. And you finally went to that pyramid and you got it narrowed down to certain items you wanted to include on that particular white paper or plan.
Right.
Well, because you can have a lot of ideas at first.
Sure. And that may be something that can be accomplished in the pre-work, but even if it can't, you better make sure that everyone that's around that table agrees to what it is we're trying to accomplish. So if they need to do the sticky notes or whatever to kind of get consensus, but if there's not agreement at the very beginning, the meeting is not going to converge. It's actually going to fall apart. So you've got to have everyone on board, fully on board at the beginning with what it is we are agreeing to, high level. So I agree with you, Tom, but you want to try to get that resolved and then move forward. If you have one person that at the very beginning is not in agreement, that person is going to be, whether it's consciously or subconsciously, a disruptor. But you want to make sure that you hear that person and say, okay, so what is it that you're struggling with this, and let's reconcile that. Again, you'd like to do that before the meeting starts, but sometimes it doesn't happen. Okay, so we've got a general sense of the scope. What else is going to be important in our plan? So we've got how many years? Again, our recommendation, if you can do a 3-year plan, that's great, or maybe even longer. If you do a 1-year plan, and if you only do a 1-year plan, that's much better than no plan. A 3-year plan is slightly preferable to a 1-year plan, only because in a 3-year plan, you can consider longer term objectives, like, for example, a global grant or succession planning for your incoming presidents. But if all you do is a 1-year plan, we will be very happy with that. But if you can do it longer term, that would be preferable. Okay, what else?
I think there need to be certain benchmarks along the way.
I love that term. So another exclamation point. So talk for a minute about benchmarks. Why are they important? Well, first of all, what are they and why are they important?
I think what I'm picturing is something along the lines of like making sure that you're using your time wisely and not scampering at the end of whatever your self-imposed deadline is. And I think also too, to make sure that you are, adapting to changes that might happen, such as a pandemic, or, making sure that you're on track budget-wise, or perhaps some volunteers have slipped away and you haven't noticed that you need more people to help you implement the plan. Just sort of like a check-in, I guess, an overall check-in.
Yeah. So if I understand the way you're describing this, this is kind of like monitoring and making adjustments as needed. Is that right?
I'd say, and just self-evaluation as you're going through the process.
Yep.
Or group evaluation.
Yep.
And I think benchmarks can also be used to help gain momentum. I mean, if you look at a 3-year plan, it's really far out there. And if you have smaller benchmarks along the way, you can start checking things off and build momentum through the process.
The reason I asked is because the other common term for that are milestones. So yeah, if you've got a 3-year plan, that's great, but you should know how you're doing in the first year, right? And again, make those adjustments. Again, we've talked about this before. The hardest part of all of this is implementing the plan. Well, part of implementing a plan is monitoring and making adjustments as needed. They are not intended to be rocks. They are fluid documents. And again, I would just say that one of the disappointments that I'll see in Rotary clubs is that they went through a planning process, they uploaded goals into Rotary Club Central, but they don't regularly monitor them. I'm thinking, well, so what did you basically do? You went into Rotary.org and you uploaded goals. what purpose did that serve for you, the club? If you're not going to monitor them and determine if you're making progress, why even document them?
Hey, Jeff,
Yes.
I was going to add, I'm not sure if it belongs here, but that the goals or plans, goals should be maybe considered SMART. The specific, measurable,
Yes.
attainable, relevant, and time-based.
Yes.
It kind of goes in with that a little bit.
That was going to be next. So you're right there. What's your A? Because I know there's a few. Sorry?
Attainable.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I can't, I mean, thank you for mentioning that, Aaron. If you are not familiar with SMART goals and you're going to be part of a planning process, I would say please become familiar with SMART goals, because goals that are not SMART are going to be challenging to handle. And we can go through each one of these, but the most obvious one is measurable. You know, again, if you're uploading goals into Rotary Club Central and they're not measurable goals, what are you monitoring to know if you're succeeding or not? If you can't measure them, you can't monitor them. And if you can't monitor them, you can't manage the work that's going on to accomplish the goals. So they have to be measurable. And again, I think Rotary has done a great job in their website of providing kind of this beautiful mosaic of areas to input goals and view performance. So they should be SMART. And again, if you're not familiar with it, this is the acronym. Time bound is similar to this notion about how many years, you know, what's our membership goal for 1 year? What's our membership goal for 3 years? Foundation giving, same thing, 1 year, 3 years, whatever it happens to be. Maybe the one that's the hardest is to make sure that they're relevant. I like when I'm invited to a planning meeting, but I'm not facilitating, but I'm like one of the members that's asked. I like to sometimes play the devil's advocate, because I'm sensing a lot of agreement. So someone says something and everyone says, well, that sounds good. And I'm thinking, I wonder if we're really getting the diversity of ideas here. So someone may come up with a goal. I'll say, well, how is that relevant to our club? Why are we doing that? And I'm not asking it in a negative way. I'm asking in a curiosity way. If our Rotary Club is focusing on supporting children's charities, let's say, and we have a goal to do something that's not related to children's charities but another group, I may just say, well, how is that relevant to our focus on children's charities? It doesn't mean that there's no answer, but I'd like to make sure that the goals that we identify are relevant to us. So again, it's important to do that. Any questions or comments about SMART goals? That was great, Aaron. Thank you.
Jeff?
Yes?
Governor Dan put an excellent comment in the chat about possibly encouraging president-elect nominees to be selected if we're going to do 3-year plans. We've talked before about involving them more in pets as well.
Right. So I'm gonna put this kind of generally here.
There we go. That works. Thank you.
Can I ask, what does PETS stand for?
Oh,
President-elect Training Seminar.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mark. Save us from ourselves.
So if I'm incoming president and I'm going to lead a planning effort, and I don't want it to just be 1 year, I'd like to know who the person is that's going to follow me, and maybe the person's going to follow that person. If it's a 3-year plan, it would be nice to know who are going to be the key leaders in that period. We may not know them, but it would be ideal to know them, right? And I think that's what Dan was alluding to. So it provides another reason, if you are a president-elect and you want to lead a 3-year planning effort, know who your successors are and have them be part of this. We don't want them to be surprised. You know, we don't want someone that we identify a year from now and they say, well, I didn't buy into this plan. That would be the worst scenario. So, okay, one other thing I want to add here, and we've got about a half hour left. If we're going to call this strategic planning, which is what the module is called, it would be nice to have strategies, whoops, not dist. So without going into a lot of detail, strategies answer how questions. So part of the plan is going to be, we're going to do this, and we're going to do that. We're going to grow our membership by 10% over the 3-year period. How are we going to do that, right? The strategic planning should include some understanding of how. Not a lot of detail on the how, because there's going to be certain work that are, and we're going to get to this in a few minutes, but a lot of the work is going to be done at the club level, committees, the membership, the specific actions that each group is going to do. But in the strategic planning, we should have a high level view of strategy. And this would be another reason to go back and look at kind of what's worked and what hasn't worked. So if we have a goal of, and again, I'll use membership because it's so important and it's easy one to measure. If we have a membership goal, and let's say it's a 3-year goal, it's reasonable to ask the question in the meeting, what's going to be our overall strategy? Overall strategy, not the detail. And what's nice about this is everyone around that table should be invested in every goal, whether they have a direct role in it or not. So if the membership committee chair is one of the members of the planning team, the notion is that one person is not the only one that's going to be focused on achieving the membership goal. All of us, in one way or another, are involved in achieving goals, right? Is that correct? It's not just one person. So if the Rotary Foundation committee chair is in the room and the membership goal is brought up, it's reasonable for the Rotary Foundation committee chair to say, well, and here's how the foundation committee can help support that membership goal. And here's how the public image committee can help achieve that membership goal. And here's how the service projects committee can help achieve that membership goal. And you can only do that when everyone's together, right? Otherwise, if I'm the membership chair, I'm going to feel like I'm solely responsible for that. And a healthy planning process does not delegate to individual people, this is your goal, and this is your goal, and off you go. We're in this together. And we will be more successful if we work together on accomplishing goals. And Rotary, and Sunny does a great job when she talks about this, and so does Bob. In the last couple of years, they've really tried to reinforce that these key elements to an effective Rotary Club, the foundation committee, the membership committee, public image, they all work collectively. They work in synergy. They don't work independently. They don't work in silos. If they do, the club is not going to be successful, pretty much guaranteed. Is there a question? So if they're going to work collectively, this process needs to reinforce that because everyone's there. If you invited the right people. So I'm just going to put here strategies at a high level. And I would argue if your plan does not have strategies, then it wasn't a strategic plan. It might have been a plan, but a strategic plan has strategies. When the meeting is over, there are follow-up steps that need to occur. And as was mentioned earlier, the challenge is not developing a plan. This is easy, folks, especially if you have food and you're not chilled. It's easy. The hard part is executing the plan.
This may be a really dumb question, but is part of the planning process or is it part of the implementation process to determine who or whom is going to be in charge of what aspects of the plan?
I would say yes. I'm gonna put responsible parties.
Yep.
Maybe include roles and responsibilities.
You guys are great. You guys are great. So when we leave the meeting, we have our charge. I know what I need to do. Sunny knows what she needs to do. Bob knows what he needs to do. And then we go forth. Yep. You don't want to leave that hanging. It's a good point. So if we have determined responsible parties with roles and responsibilities, what would be a natural thing to do after the planning is over?
Have a glass of wine.
Well, no, wait, I thought we were having wine all throughout the event. I think that
Key to a good meeting. I mean, come on.
yeah. Okay.
How about share it with everybody?
Okay. And that was also raised earlier. Communicate.
Gonna have a kickoff meeting.
Kickoff meeting, assembly.
Implement the plan.
Okay, before we get to implement, let's just for a second talk about the communication part. So, because it was mentioned earlier, I've seen it happen where the plans were not communicated, the membership did not buy in, and as a result, the plan was not successful. It's almost a direct correlation.
Yep.
It may be fairly straightforward to communicate the plan if the plan is likely going to be well received by the membership. Like, what do you have to argue with? We've been doing this for 5 years or 10 years, whatever. The challenge is if there's anything in the plan that's new, how's the membership going to receive it? Now, if you did a member survey and the idea that the team came up with was kind of a result of the findings of the survey, then it would be helpful to say, you said in the survey, or the membership said in the survey that they'd like to see more international projects. Just giving an example. So as a result, we now have a strategy to develop more international projects work. This is new for us, but you told us that you thought it would be good for us to do that. So it makes it easier for them not to argue because it came out of their initial input. That's ideal. Sometimes the idea that you're going to present did not come out of the member survey. And all I would say is, don't assume that it's a cakewalk to get club buy-in when you communicate the plan. There may be some elements of the plan that people are just not going to agree with.
Does that need to be subpoint number 2? Or is that part of communication, getting buy-in?
I think it's part of the communication.
Okay.
So you should know, whoever's going to do this, if it's the incoming president, I would argue it should be, but it could be whoever's going to do it. Be prepared for things that the club members may not like. And if you are prepared, it just means, how are you going to make the compelling case?
I think, Jeff, I mentioned this in pets, if you can link a lot of the strategies to the results of the survey, you'll help the buy-in as well.
Right. That's what I'm saying. If the members said we want more international projects, because we're not doing too many, it's better to say, and this came out of the survey results. And it's harder for them to have an issue, right?
Well, and Jeff, I think that goes back to one of your first points was how crucial it is to select the right players to be part of that planning process.
Right.
Because that's going to have a tremendous impact on that buy-in later on.
Right. And there was something else that was mentioned. There was, even when you do the member survey, there may be occasions when you need to talk to individual members. It may be true here too. You may discover or determine that there are certain people, let's just call it what it is. Let's say that they're the club curmudgeon. And you really want that club curmudgeon to buy in, because if the curmudgeon doesn't buy in, the curmudgeon is going to keep bringing up, well, this is going to work and this is stupid or whatever. maybe have an offline discussion and say, look, what can we do to make this acceptable to you? How can this work? Because we want your support. You don't have to love it, but we'd like your general agreement because we need the club to buy in, and the club looks to you, curmudgeon. And so if you act curmudgeonly, it's going to disrupt the level of engagement we're trying to get with our plan. So this is not a trivial step, but it's critical.
Jeff, I think.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think there can be an interrupter there also. It isn't a curmudgeon, but somebody that really has a passion about a project that doesn't fit in with the strategic plan so well, and they keep pushing that project.
Right. You're right. Yeah.
Hey, Jeff, a quick question for you. This is
Yes.
Warren Goodell from El Paso. Many strategic plans include a review of the club's vision, its mission, its programs, how they meet the mission, how they go towards the vision, and what are the club values kind of as screens. Would that come in your mind in the pre-planning process or in the planning process?
That is a great question. So I didn't promote the notion of a mission and vision and values specifically because not a lot of clubs think of those. I think it's a good idea to. It kind of was alluded to as part of this notion of scope, but it was not specific. So this is just me, and I'd be interested in others' input on this. I think for any plan, it's relevant to have something like a mission, vision, purpose, value, some kind of foundational element that sets the stage for everything that is to follow. Rotary has a vision statement. That's Rotary International. It's wonderful. But that doesn't mean our club can't have its own vision statement. It can't mean our club can't have its own mission statement. It's sometimes difficult to engage a club in a discussion of what our mission and vision and purpose is. Richard, I know you had help with your strategic plan, and if I remember correctly, you all did come up with something like a mission and vision and values for your plan. Is that correct?
Right. Yes.
Yeah. So I've seen both, Warren. I would say it's worth considering, but I would not push it too hard if I'm not getting a lot of buy-in from the leadership that they feel they need a mission, vision, or purpose. They can just adopt the Rotary one. At a minimum, it would be great to adopt the Rotary one. But I've seen both. I don't know if so. Let's just do this.
Yeah, Jeff, my experience with that, I'll be a little bit different. I mean, I was interested to hear Richard say that they did that all as part of their planning process. If you've only got a half a day or a day, I'm just telling you from experience, spending time on defining a mission and a vision takes time. And you can burn a lot of time in a planning session just trying to get your head around that. And then you never fully get to the strategy. So I don't know if it's pre-planning or whatever you would call it, but that could almost be a session in itself.
I agree with you. I think what I would say is, but if it's taking people a while to reconcile that, maybe it's because it's that important. And if people don't agree on what our vision is or our values or our purpose, maybe we need to resolve that first anyway. Maybe it's worth doing, right?
Yeah, Jeff, may I jump in just for a second? I feel pretty strongly that this is key because if you don't have a lodestar or something that unites in inspiration, then everything else is just stuff. So it's worthwhile. You don't have to wordsmith it. I know what you mean, Mark. It can take forever if you're going to make it really perfect, but you can often get the gist of it captured in a planning meeting. And knowing that you're on the same page and that you're out for the true north. I like that, Jeff. Thank you. Yeah, that's worth spending the time on, even if it's before the event.
And I would say, even if you do it before the event, it should not be limited to the people that are preparing for the event.
Right.
Because you may have like a small group of 3 or 4 people that are doing the preparation. This may be a larger group. Because you get, again, you want buy-in and all the kind of things you want through the whole planning, but it does take time. And I would say it's one of those things that it takes time once, and then after that, it's being revisited and maybe tweaked. But the first time, it's going to take a while if your club hasn't done it.
Right. I think it might be in the Bible. I can't remember where I found it, but there is a saying that without vision, the people die.
Yeah. Okay, we got 20 minutes left. So communicate with the club, huge. I should say, I didn't like the way that was worded, because communicate here is two-way. It's not just preaching to the membership. It's two-way communication. That's what we reinforce. We want your input on this. Be transparent. Okay. What else is happening after the planning? I'm going to start typing. Develop action plans.
Yeah, one thing you said was the strategies are at a high level, so they have to be fleshed out then, correct?
Yes.
And developed.
I'm going to use your term, flush them out. And we know that we're talking about flushing them out, meaning flushing out a plan, not the other flushing. So again, if clubs are not successful in executing plans, it's because of number two here. They're either not developed or they're not monitored, managed, adjusted. They're not. I try not to get preachy in here. If I feel strongly about something, I'll just say, this is how I feel. So this is how I feel. When I was club president, I told the board before July 1st, I said, here's how board meetings are going to be. We're going to start with kind of an overview of what it is we're trying to accomplish, kind of this true north. And then all I want, other than the treasurer's report on the financials, is I want, how are we doing on our action plans? I don't want a list of activities. I don't care how many events we had in February. How are we doing towards our goals? The entire meeting was focused on monitoring progress towards goals. And so the committee chairs had to get used to the idea that they weren't putting together bucket lists to report out at board meetings. It was progress towards goals. And then the question was, if we were not making progress, do we need to make any changes? And what changes do we need to make? That was the board meeting.
So Jeff, you're
Yes.
absolutely correct. Reassessment and reevaluation, you must continue to do that to make sure you are going towards your true north. You're absolutely correct.
So it was thank you. It was a change in a lot of these people on the board, and Bruce can attest to this because he was on the club board for a number of years. The board was used to just reporting out activities, but bulleted lists of stuff. And I just said, that doesn't help me. Because if we're not monitoring, we're going to forget about them. And a bulleted list of things does not reinforce any level of success. It doesn't mean it in and of itself doesn't mean anything. Now, if you tell me that the 10 events we did in February improved our member engagement and that was the goal of the club, that's great. But otherwise, it didn't matter to me. So all I would just say is developing the action plans, making sure there's responsible parties, which we identified up here, developing them, monitoring them, managing them, adjusting them, all of that is critical. And that's occurring throughout the entire Rotary year. And if it's a 3-year plan, it's happening over a course of 3 Rotary years. And I can guarantee you, if you're doing a good job of monitoring and managing, those plans are going to be adjusted. just like Tanya was saying, they're going to be reassessed, reevaluated, things are going to change. It's fluid. Okay, that was a little preachy. Sorry about that. One of you had mentioned committee chairs being in the planning meeting. For me, a bulk of the action plans are committee owned. It makes sense. Why do we have a committee? So I would say the membership committee should own membership goal, but the membership committee isn't doing all the work to accomplish the membership goal. But they should be the ones that are monitoring progress, letting the club know what's working, what's not. We're all involved, but committees should take responsibility over goals. And if you have a committee without a goal, they are likely going to meander and they may not be adding a lot of value to the club. Doesn't mean they won't, but if they have a goal that they own, it kind of gives them something to rally around. Tanya, are you? Go ahead and unmute. No? Okay. Okay. So does that make sense to everyone? This is the rubber meeting the road here. The action plan should be simple, clear, measurable. They should have outcomes. We should be able to measure progress against them. All of that. And we talked about this before a little bit, but club assemblies to review progress. You know, we talk a lot about club assemblies, and again, I'm not sure about your clubs, and you know, I like to think about an assembly every quarter. If you're going to rally the membership around something that's internal, at least use some of that time to review progress with the club. Here's how we're doing with our membership goals and our so on. What do you think? Are we on track? Do we need to make any changes? Get more buy-in? And someone had mentioned this earlier, if you're not sharing the information with the membership, they're going to disengage. So why not use the club assemblies to review progress towards goals and to decide on if we need to make any adjustments? Does that make sense? And the idea of quarterly makes a lot of sense. If someone said, I've got 1 year goals, Jeff, how often should we review them? Well, I would say, well, if you review them every week, that's too much. Maybe if you review them once a month, just to kind of see how they're going, that's fine. But at least once a quarter. And if you have a quarterly assembly, it would seem to be a nice fit between having a valuable assembly with the membership and an opportunity to review club progress. Okay, what else needs to be done in post-planning? We just have a few minutes left and we're close to being done here.
Jeff, we have a question in the chat.
Go ahead, because I can't see.
What is an assembly?
Oh, okay. So an assembly is a special program of the club where there's not really a guest speaker, but it's an internal meeting. It's like a business meeting. So the club is convening to discuss something. It doesn't have to be progress towards goals. I mean, I can envision, if some of you are familiar with diversity, equity, and inclusion as kind of a significant new Rotary initiative, you could have a club assembly discussing that. So I would say it's an internal business meeting with the membership discussing things, not a guest speaker, governor's not visiting. It's internal. And I don't know if it's official, but the recommendation is to have one assembly a quarter. Does that answer your question? I'm sorry.
I'm assuming so. Julie, you want to ask any more?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. And yes, I'm going to, with the links to the recording and all this, I'm going to send all the notes from today's session out. There are going to be other speakers who are going to probably ask me to capture notes. So we'll send this out with the information. So we've talked a lot about pre-planning and planning and SMART goals and post-planning. We've got about 10 minutes left. I think I'm going to stop sharing. Just for myself, there was so much to cover. I think this is why the RLI powers that be makes this a double session. There's a lot to think about here. And every club is different. But because every club is different doesn't mean every club should not engage in an effective planning process. And again, small clubs have challenges, doesn't mean they can't plan. Large clubs have challenges, doesn't mean they can't. An organization that does not have a plan and happens to be successful was mainly successful through luck and circumstance. And the problem is luck and circumstance change. It's so interesting. Last year, so I'm the district trainer. And so when we were doing training of the presidents-elect, before COVID, it wasn't even an issue, right? No, how are you going to plan for a pandemic if you don't know the pandemic is coming, right? So for the clubs that did plan and the pandemic hit, my hope, and I do know that some of them did this, is they took a very heavy review and said, look, folks, we're going to need to make some significant adjustments to our plan. We're not meeting in person. So what's that going to do for member engagement? What are we going to do about service projects? What are we going to do about programs? We know from the member survey that programs are really important for people to participate in the meetings. Their time is valuable. What are we going to do about now that we're on Zoom? And as it turns out, many clubs realize that, yes, it's not ideal to meet on a computer, but we can get speakers from Australia and from South America and make it a more robust experience because we can bring in people that wouldn't have been able to travel to wherever we are to speak to our club. So even the pandemic required a serious review and adjustment of plans. And some clubs are prospering through this time, in part because they made the right adjustments. And as we know, some clubs are struggling. And again, it's just really sitting down and thinking through a strategy and making adjustments as needed. So
Jeff, and I think just what you said about going into the pandemic, as we start coming out of this, I think it's going to be just as equally important for folks to take another look to see how they have to adjust to overcome membership problems and all those other issues that have cropped up.
It's interesting. When you listen to terminology about all of this and say, well, we're gonna come out of this and be in a new normal. That's a weird phrase, isn't it? Because if it's new, is it normal? What's the new normal going to be? It's interesting, Rotary has an official program called visioning for clubs, and it's kind of like that. It's like, what's the future going to look like? Is that like, what's that true north, and how are we going to get there? And I would just reiterate, there are a lot of people on RLI today who are members of very successful clubs. The key is not to be complacent. Always be looking ahead. Always keep an eye on the prize and keep moving forward. Circumstances change. And all planning really provides is a roadmap to get to the future, which we hope is better than the present.
I think.
Yeah, go ahead.
Jeff, I think a lot of clubs are probably doing this, but one thing that we're doing is preparing for the fact that we'll always be doing, at least for the foreseeable future and maybe beyond, we'll always be doing hybrid meetings. But coming out of this, we're going to have some members that'll just want to always join us virtually. And so we've kind of been talking about that and preparing that to be part of our new normal.
It's interesting, just in like planning terminology, we talk about strategic challenges. So we're going through this planning process, say, what are the roadblocks that we're facing that we need to overcome, right? And part of the strategy is acknowledging the roadblock and deciding how we're going to overcome that, right? That's a good thing to do, not ignore the roadblocks, figure out what they are, and then what's your strategy to overcome them. Well, oftentimes what we discover is that what was a challenge becomes an opportunity. It still may not be what we wanted, but we turned it into an opportunity. And once it became an opportunity, our whole approach for dealing with it changed, because a challenge is something you don't like revel in, like, oh, I can't wait. It's like, but now it's an opportunity. Now we can use it to help. It becomes an enabler of things rather than a roadblock. So again, I think that's something that a healthy planning process kind of helps clarify is, how can we turn challenges into opportunities? How do we make lemonade out of lemons, right? I think that's kind of at a highest level where we are with Rotary. We have endured significant challenges. We have lost membership over years. It's not going to change overnight, but if we have healthy planning at the club level, because the club is where things actually happen, we can grow and prosper and thrive and be able to adjust to circumstances. That's part of the process. We've got a few minutes left before we take a break. Any questions, insights, thoughts? Again, this is a lot here, but any observations?
Jeff, you do an excellent job with this presentation, and I think probably each of us that are involved in leading not only our Rotary, yeah, absolutely, thank you, Jeff, leading our Rotary clubs or any other organization of which we might be a part, this is helpful. So thank you. But not to interrupt, any questions? We've had several people join us, so let me go ahead and just let's just welcome these folks. Tanya, so good to see you. You've had a bit of a rough morning, but I'm glad you've been able to join us. So Tanya, why don't you introduce yourself, which club you're with, and that'll be great.
Good morning. My name's Tanya McKinney, and again, I apologize for tardiness. I had my little Kipper, my pet, had a medical emergency, so I've been weeping all morning since 5:30. So I apologize, but I'm with the Del Norte Rotary Club.
So glad you're here then, Tanya.
Thank you.
Thank you. Miguel, good morning. Are you there?
Good morning, I'm here. How you doing, everybody?
Good. And which club are you with in Miguel?
West El Paso.
West El Paso, wonderful. So glad that you're here with us this morning. Let's see, and we also have past District Governor Linda. I've lost you, but you are here somewhere. I know, oh, there you are. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I was muted. I'm sorry. I had a 80-pound dog situation that I had to put in timeout. I do apologize. Hi, I'm Linda Woodward from District 5520, and I'm with the West Club of El Paso.
Wonderful. Welcome. Welcome, Linda. Glad you're here with us.
Thank you.
And Mayela, are you there?
I am. I'm Mayala. I'm the president-elect nominee for the El Paso Rotary Club.
Wonderful, wonderful. Welcome in, Mayela. And I'm trying to get Catherine Herman with Taos connected here. We seem to be having some technical issues, but folks, it's 9:29. I think we could probably break a minute early if that's okay.
You do have a hand raised.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
Billy, do you have a question?
Yes, I had a question for Jeff. Jeff, I'm trying to start a club in my community in Western Kenya to be able to connect with others around the world. So I'm just wondering, how much of this do I need, going forward?
How much of this, like how much of what we just talked about?
Yes, because this is like for those already established. What if you're new or starting? Yes.
Real quickly, a new club should definitely be involved in planning, and the advantage is you don't have the old stuff to bias anyone, right? So it's really important if you're starting a new club to plan. But I do find it's somewhat easier because, and I'll use the term, you just don't have the baggage of people holding on to those pet projects and things because everything is new. So I would say absolutely yes, go forth.
And I want to add that we have great resources on new clubs, to talk to our new club development chair, John Morrison, or give me a call. We'll put you in touch with what you can find.
Please do. Thank you, Sandy.
Yeah.
Thank you, Billy.
So you're saying there's no curmudgeons in a new club?
Well, there could
Not
be a
yet
curmudgeon.
identified.
Right, they just don't have a pet project from the club because the club is new. So they can still be a curmudgeon.
New clubs will grow their own curmudgeons.
Kathy, Tom Walker's also here. You might want
All
to
right.
introduce him.
Yes, hey, good morning, Governor. So Tom, would you like to introduce yourself and which club you're with? And excuse me, we will join you in 19 minutes at 9:50 for your presentation.
Tom Walker, I'm the District Foundation Chair for a couple more months. I'm also the Zone 26 Endowment Major Gifts Advisor, and I'll be leading you through the next session on international service. We're not going to tell you everything about the Rotary Foundation because I'm not sure it can be done.
And your club name?
Albuquerque.
Hey, all right, awesome. Hey, let's take a break and we'll be back at 9:50 then with Governor Tom chipping away at that iceberg on the Rotary Foundation. So thanks, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Awesome. Thanks to Governor Tom Walker and our District Rotary Finance Committee Chair.
Foundation.
Thank you. I don't know what I said. Thank you. Thanks, Tom.
Good morning, fellow Rotarians. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning, and we will be discussing international service. And as with many RLI sessions, there's more material than there is time to cover it. So you should have received an email from Kathy containing some updated materials. I print everything out, and I know at least one person printed the stuff out, but mostly it's reference material for you, and that's the most current, most appropriate stuff that I could find. And I also hope that you had a chance to look at those two websites in there to see what is offered, because that information will help you with the exercise we'll be doing later. The headline on this one is, as I further my Rotary journey, our Rotary Foundation affords us greater opportunity to serve the world community. And today is international service. And we're going to learn about some of the opportunities for international service, how to use our vocational skills in these service projects, and explore some ideas for international service. And if we'll spend about 15 minutes talking about some of the questions and then go into breakout room and actually work through a global grant project exercise. So the first question is, what is international service? And I think, is this where we use the poll there, Jeff?
I've got a poll, so let me.
So you should have the poll on there.
Could this be a trick question?
There's two of them in there. And we're going to use that the full results to talk about international service. How's it look, Jeff?
About 10 more seconds.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So those are the answers, and there are a couple trick questions in there. Most people, global grant in a foreign country. Well, that would make it certainly international, and global grants do that. But right below that is global grant at home. Now realize that global grants have to have international partners. So just because we're doing it here in District 5520 doesn't mean it's not international, because we are working with international partners to do that. And a case in point, there's a project going on in Gallup right now called Southwest Mobile Clinic. The international host is in India. Some of the partners are in Pennsylvania and Canada. And that definitely is international service. Disaster response grants are basically a grant to the district. And Sonny or Gary King and I actually applied for this, and it is done in the district. So there's really no international participation in that one. Likewise, the Rotary Foundation, regarding district grants, they don't care where they're done. However, it's District 5520 policy that district grants are done inside the confines of the district. So that really isn't international service. Next one down there, foreign project with an NGO. And the third question on that, today's schedule, talks about when it would make sense to do an international project with the Rotary Foundation or without the Rotary Foundation. So for instance, Kathy Fuller is from Alamogordo. Norm Arnold in that club for years did Bridges to Prosperity with the Rotary Foundation and the non-government organization Bridges to Prosperity. Rotary has decided that they no longer want to partner with that organization. So the club is continuing to do these projects without the Rotary Foundation. So you can do that. Global scholarships, well, that's a global grant with international partners. So that would qualify. And remember, one of the goals is international goodwill and peace and understanding. And global scholarships do that. What's an International Immunization Day? Anybody know? That's when a bunch of Rotarians go someplace and immunize a whole bunch of people for polio. And if that isn't service and international, I don't know what is. So Rotary Friendship Exchange really is an exchange and not is a service project. Now, the one below that, a vocational training team, actually is, and that is run through the Rotary Foundation. It's one of the options. We have not done that in this district, but two districts basically hook up and we send a team to go do something or help the district on the receiving end to do something. So those are the some ways that we do that. And some of our programs support international service, some of them don't. Okay, let's move on. And the next question asks us to consider, and this happens quite a bit, believe it or not. A Rotarian is traveling somewhere and they see a need and the Rotary light bulb goes on and says, boy, I'll bet you Rotary could do something about this problem. And they go back to their home club and start advocating for a project like that. So from your reading and your organizational skills, what are some of the things that a Rotarian and his or her club would consider in addressing a situation like this, where on travel, an individual has seen a need and wants to address it? And Jeff, we may need the whiteboard for this one.
Okay.
So, any ideas here?
One of the number one questions would be, does this project fall within the 7 areas of focus? So
Okay.
would it even meet the basic criteria?
All right. And could that be broadly under the title of assess the situation? Because that's part of it. What other things would you do? Is it certainly isn't in the area of focus? What resources are available? Would you look? Is that necessary to know? Okay, I see some heads nodding. What thing that we talked about before would help us to determine what resources are available?
Community assessment.
Hey, community assessment. Okay. And all of these things taken together, the community assessment will also determine what the real need in the community is. Now, it may not be the need that the Rotarian saw, and there may be something else. For instance, Deborah frequently travels to Guatemala and meets with the people in the area that she works and listens to them, asks for what projects they think they need, and she ends up making a fit between what they want and what we can deliver. Okay. So after you've done the assessment and making sure that the potential projects are within the scope of the areas of focus and or something that we can do, then you choose a project. And again, it will be more nearly successful if it's chosen with the people that are going to receive the project. Okay. All right. So now you've done some assessments. You made your choice on what you think the project ought to be. Now what?
You need to find partners to help fund it and support it.
Okay. So you need partners. You need to, and you'll find out what your budget is going to be, so you know how much money to get and where to get it from. And
especially a host partner.
Yes. And an involved host partner is absolutely essential, because those community assessments just don't happen. Somebody actually has to go in and talk to folks. So under the broad category, this is part of making a plan, figuring out how you're going to do this and how you're going to round up the money and round up the partners and the support that you need. Obviously, the next thing is you submit your project and it gets approved eventually. And so you carry it out. And then lastly, you evaluate for all the things that you said you were going to evaluate for. and report on your project. So this cycle does not happen overnight. The exercise that you will look at, it has taken it about a year to get where the project is now. And I think Deborah, who's worked extensively in Guatemala, will tell you how long does it normally take to get one ready to go.
If you have a good host partner in the foreign country, you can usually pull everything together and get the funding pledged and the grant submitted probably within 9 months or so. Some take a lot longer. Then it takes anywhere from a couple months to a few weeks to get it approved. And then from there, once you get all the money into the foundation, then you can start your project. And it just depends on the scope of the project, how long that's going to take. But for a water project, it usually takes it's taken us usually a year from start to finish to get the construction and everything in place.
Okay. Now let's move on to the next thing. The Rotary Foundation has this global grant program, and it's constantly being tuned up to make it more effective. And the question is, international service can be done with the Rotary Foundation, and typically with global grants or one of the other programs, or without the Rotary Foundation. When or why would you go one way or the other?
I hate to be the only one speaking up, but if the project doesn't meet a particular area of focus, then you may want to do it outside the Rotary global grant system.
Okay, so the possibility that we can't meet the requirements of the Rotary Foundation is one of them. What about if I need the project done or started in 3 months and I can't wait a year?
That's a good time too.
Yeah. So for instance, if you recall, several years ago, there was a massive earthquake in Nepal and all the buildings were knocked down, and they go through a rainy season, and it was really important to get roofing material to Nepal to build structures for the villagers that had their homes flattened by the earthquake. Well, the normal process is going to take longer than we have because the rainy season was like 3 months away. And we'd still be working on the paperwork. And so, for instance, clubs like the Rotary Club of Albuquerque basically took that on as a club international service project with Nepal. And by the way, there were a bunch of other clubs that helped on that. And we got the materials to them in time to be used before the rainy season. Couldn't have done that with the Rotary.
Also, if some of the parameters don't fit within the permitted activities as prescribed by TRF, for example, I think if salaries are to be paid and things like that.
Yes, and we can't build. We normally don't build stuff. We equip things. Okay, now I'd like to give you a real quick view of the Rotary Foundation and what has happened lately. And again, there was in your packet that you got from Kathy, there was the item from trustee chair Ravi Ravindan. Basically what happened is the World Fund, we've been spending money out of that faster than we're putting it back in, so some changes were made. As you are aware, this year we are no longer matching club funds. We used to match them 50 cents on the dollar. We're not, the World Fund won't match that anymore. Starting July 1, the World Fund will only match district DDF 80 cents on the dollar as compared to today, where they match it dollar for dollar. And again, this is done to ensure the health of the World Fund while maintaining as much access to global grants as possible. And there's one other proviso in here, and for grants submitted by the end of May, 31 May, and approved by 30 June, they get the dollar for dollar match on DDF. If it's not approved or not submitted by then, with exception of global scholarships, they're basically going to be kicked into next year where there's only 80%. So now, knowing that, we'll have 2 breakout rooms, and you all have the exercise that I have prepared for you. This actually is based on a club in our district and their project. So what we want you to do is go into the breakout room, read through that. I've told you what the budget is. I told you what the host club is going to put up. And it's up to you to figure out how much money, both DDF and club funds, you're going to need, and discuss where you're going to get it. And I would ask you both to compute it for this year, assuming that you get it in by the 31st of May, or for next year, where the matching is different. So, so Governor Linda will have one of those rooms, and I will have the other, and we'll be in there about, I think, about 20 minutes.
Okay, please, Tom, repeat that one sentence. You want us to compute and or?
Compare both.
Okay, okay.
So
right.
for instance, if I did it this year, it's going to only take this much DDF and this much money.
Okay.
But if
right.
I do it next year, it's going to take some combination, a greater combination of those two, because the world wants it so much. And once you're in the room, Linda and I will talk to you about that. Okay, take it away, Jeff.
There.
Someone remind us again, what is the document we're supposed to pull from the email from Kathy?
Okay, it was the document that she sent. Yes, well, the last
RLI curriculum.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
It's pages 17 and 18.
Thank you.
Well, the calculators, right? The 2021 and the 22.
2018-3.
Thank you.
P3 is the title of it.
Thank you. Julie.
You're welcome.
Okay,
and
Julie, can I ask you to take notes and report for us? Okay, super. Okay, good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Morning.
Is everybody unmuted?
Yeah.
No. Jerry,
yeah.
I see that you're muted. Warren, you're muted. Please unmute. Okay, good. Who else? Arturo, can you help me look and see also?
Yes.
Okay. I would like everybody unmuted so you can participate, please. Okay. Or Jeff, you're there. Phooey on me. Okay. Jeff,
Everybody's unmuted.
Okay, super. Thank you. Good morning. I'm Linda Woodward. I think some of you met me a while ago. I'm with District 5520. I'm past district governor. I'm going to be a foundation chair this coming year. That absolutely means nothing. So what it does mean is that I'm helping Tom today. But what we're going to do, we're going to have open communication on this exercise. So have all of you had a chance to read it, take a look at it? Yes? Yes, okay. All right. So you know what our exercise is at this point in time. Why don't we open it up for discussion? Yes, sir. Would you like to open the discussion?
Well, maybe we could start just a paraphrase because I don't think I'm completely ready for that.
Okay. All right. Julie, would you like to start the discussion?
Let me see here. I'm gonna tell you honestly, I hadn't read it. I printed pages 17 and 18, and it appears that the actual case study might be on a different page.
Okay. All right. What we're looking at is the grant itself, the global grant application.
And I can bring it up on the screen for a few minutes.
Okay.
That would be
That
helpful.
would be wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what page is it on, Jeff? Because I didn't find it.
It was a, from the email that I got, it was a separate Word file attachment.
Okay.
Oh.
I just found the page that said the global grant exercise and how we're gonna do the funding flow. So my apologies. That makes a lot more sense to me now.
Okay. All right. This is a global grant that we're looking at. Okay. So if we go through this, it's kind of a simplified grant.
Okay, there it is. Now I see it.
Okay, I'll give you a few minutes to digest it.
Maybe you can scroll it in a moment or two.
Yeah, go down.
A little bit, yeah, right there.
First.
Okay.
And then I do have one question for consideration while we're thinking about this. He mentioned this year versus next year, as in this year it's a 50 cent on the dollar match and next year it's dollar for dollar. And I wasn't writing it down, so.
80 cents on the dollar for next year.
Okay.
This year, it's the 100% match.
100%, thank you. And this year meaning up until June 30th of 2021?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Well, but
the Rotary
it'll be-
calendar.
Okay.
Okay. You understand?
Yep.
Okay.
So if I can ask, was this, now that you're seeing the grant, was it included in the email that Kathy sent out?
Yes, it was.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. So since we only have 20 minutes, why don't we try to go ahead and discuss this, if at all possible?
I'm going to share the spreadsheet.
Okay. Our biggest challenge when we're looking at this has to do with dollars and cents. Okay. what we're looking at is the fact that we have to separate it out. Do we want to look at it on the cost factor for ending it this calendar year, first off? And how will we go about doing that with getting financial help for this calendar year versus next calendar year? Because what we're going to have to do is look at getting host partners for this calendar year. So we would have to jump on the bandwagon very quickly now versus next Rotary year.
I'm going to just speak up here, and I'm going to say it's not an impending disaster. It's an ongoing chronic issue that, yes, it needs to be addressed, but I would not say to push forward any faster. Just kind of get your ducks in a row and go for next year. That'd be my thought.
Make most sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, we would have to have some kind of indication of how this would be an ongoing thing as opposed to just a one-time.
I can match $12,000 to cash. So is anybody working the Excel spreadsheets there? See where you are.
I'm
So
trying, but I'll be honest with you, I'm a little lost.
Okay.
On the club.
If you're using the Rotary one, I understand.
So I have the international host down for 500, the international partner for 10,000.
Non-Rotarian. So if you had 12,000 times 3, that would be 36,000. Okay.
Okay.
And the 10,000 from women to be would make it 46,000. And where are we headed? 55 something.
Yeah,
So
56.
we need about another 10,000 from someplace.
What is the international partner giving?
That
500.
500.
No, that's the international host club. It's given 500.
Yeah. What is the Rotary Club of Albuquerque? If they're sponsoring this, how much are they giving?
Well, at this point, that's up to you.
Yeah. That number has not been determined yet.
Yep.
Right.
So the other question is, how much is the district 3290 or whatever it is, the host club district going to put up?
Right.
It's got question marks in there, right?
Yep.
So it would be nice if they gave something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But as Deborah will tell you, while there may be some, there generally is not a lot, but some is important. So
they give 500 too?
We could ask.
Yeah.
All we can say is no. And if they like the project and they like this one, they might give 1,000 or something. So whatever you get from the district is doubled. So you got 1,000 already. You're 10,000 short. Now you're only 8,000. Okay, so put on your thinking caps here. We could ask our clubs for the money, or is there anything else we could do?
We
How
can
many
partner with,
districts are there in the Rotary world?
have we talked about partnering with other clubs, Tom?
Partnering. does it have to be done entirely from District 5520?
No, it doesn't.
Okay. What comes to mind? A place where we frequently partner.
Say that again.
What district do we frequently partner with?
4110.
4110. Okay. And if this is the right time in the cycle, you could take this project to by district, and maybe somebody down there would like your project too. Okay. I think Deborah, your most recent project you took to by district, right?
We did. We did.
Okay.
Yeah.
And give visibility, and people might like it.
Yeah.
Texas too, right? Sometimes.
Exactly.
District 50,
Yeah.
30. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And as it turns out, one of my district governor classmates was governor in the district that has Los Angeles, and his club has lots of money, and his district has even more. And this is a project that might appeal to them.
Yeah.
So the
way it works is for and by district, you get commitments from international clubs and then from local clubs, and they pledge, 1,500, whichever amount, and then Rotary matches up. I know there's been a little bit of change, Linda, and that's what I'm not going to recall is on the percentage of the match. In the past, I think it was 2-for-1. Every dollar that you club got, so you got $15, Rotary, $15,000, Rotary will double that. I know there's been a little bit of change on the amounts of that, and also in the district grants. So I don't know if this is helpful or if it's a little bit more confusing with it.
Well, your global grant project has a minimum total budget of 30,000, but that includes the World Fund Award, which is a minimum of 15. And then you can max with 200,000, but
you would need to prepare some kind of presentation to go around and solicit people. And there are some people, some clubs that participate all the time. Deborah, for instance, has an entire network of clubs that basically all she does is say, here's the next project, and they say how much. So
yeah, we've got a great district that's real supportive of international projects. One thing that I found this with our latest project is how helpful it is to contact clubs in other districts so that they can get a match from their district funds. And those really help to, so let's say Corpus Christi gives 1,000, and then their district might give 5,000. And then we get an extra, a total of what, over 10,000 just from the match between the Rotary Foundation and the district of Corpus, where Corpus Christi is. So that was a whole new aspect that we did with this latest grant.
Tom, what about, I've heard rumors about this and I have no knowledge of it, but isn't there a clearinghouse for clubs to post projects to get support?
Yes, there is. And the information that went out from Kathy, there were 2 websites that I suggested people look at. It. One of them is matchinggrants.com, I think is it. It's either .com or .org. It's run by District 5340, I think, in California. And it is a clearinghouse. And that is where Gallup got the money for the $75,000 mobile clinic that they're working on right now. That's how they hooked up with India, Canada, and Pennsylvania, because they didn't know anybody in any of those places, but it was a project that sounded appealing to folks. So that is one of the ways that we share. and realize you do have contacts with other districts. As Deborah says, she knows some people in Texas. I know people in Los Angeles and other things. You know, we can do that. So now, one other thing, we didn't get to this. Remember,
I can't hear you, Jeff.
There were, I'm going to break out, I'm going to stop the rooms. There were a few people that might not have gotten the, or at least not sure about the attachment.
Okay. And Tom, you have about 5.5 minutes until we need to start with our total.
well, good. We only have 2 groups to talk about here. Okay, you come back. Still missing some folks. Okay.
We're back.
So Governor Linda, would you like to have your group report?
Yes.
Oh, we were hoping to let you go first on that one. We spent a good amount of time discussing which grants are available and, you know, how the match is going to be this and going forward and all of that. And what we basically all came down to the end of it was, with the money that we have collected so far, the grants that we have matching, it's our responsibility to come up with $17,358.50, whether it's through other clubs. Well, that's through other clubs if we can get it matched. Because the shortfall, of course, is $34,717. But if we can get 100% match, we only need to come up with $17,358.50.
Okay. And remember, you've got that $10,000 from women to be in there.
Right, we considered that to have already been matched.
Yeah.
We took that into consideration.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else?
Well, there was some discussion as far as whether or not it was. Well, the reason we didn't want to go for the 2020 period is it's not an impending disaster. It's an ongoing crisis situation. And again, we also resolved that it is an environmental because of the implications of how everything, the hygiene and whatnot, with the way that the hygiene, if they just get the non-sanit or the sanitary pads, don't have the education, and it's going back into the water system, then of course it's a pollutant, it's non-hygienic. So it is a crisis, it is necessary, and so it is a project that we would want to move forward with.
So the other group. Uh-oh. I know you were there. I saw you. Okay.
Who's your reporter?
Well, apparently nobody.
You didn't designate one. May I nominate Deborah?
We actually came up with more money than we needed, but that's okay.
Oh.
We're
Public image campaign on that.
I know Deborah's here somewhere. There she is. Oh, yeah, you got it on mic.
Okay, I didn't realize that I would be speaking on this, so I didn't take detailed notes, so I could use any help the group can give me. One thing I would say is that this, I understood the project was already designated as a water and sanitation hygiene project
And economic development.
and economic development. Is that what you said?
It has two focuses: water and hygiene, and economic development. That's the second aspect of it. No, but I would not recommend doing that because more things you have to do.
Yeah,
Okay.
just choose one. Yeah, yeah. And I would also say that I don't think Rotary would probably characterize it as a crisis per se. Those are more like disaster type things that happen. But anyway, that being said, I think in terms of the numbers, what the last group said sounded very logical and close to what we were talking about. Is that correct? Is that how you see it?
I think so. And there's a couple other things that we should take away. This is a partnership, and it's not just a District 5520 problem. So we should look for partners both at the district level and at club level outside of the district. For instance, one of the things that District 5520 does is the bi-district conference with District 4110 to our south. Also, many of us have contacts outside of District 5520, both at the club level and the district level. And a project like this might be appealing to a lot of folks outside of our district that have money and want to participate. So where would you go? Look, one of the websites I gave you was matchinggrants.com. It's run by a district out in California. And that's where the Gallup Project rounded up its partners from India, Canada, and Pennsylvania. It's not because anybody in Gallup knew those people. It's the Rotary network working together. And Governor Dave pointed out another unlikely, but sometimes used source are like the fellowships. Way back in the matching grant days, we had a couple projects that had significant funding from the Wine Fellowship, and I assume they were sober when they did made contributions. But that's something we don't normally think about. Again, it's the partnership, and it's not always us having to write the money. So any questions? I think it's about time to move on.
Tom, I would just interject that we just want to be sure that it's understood that the Women to Be organization will not get matched.
That's right.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
It's non-Rotarians are not matched, but even if it were club cash, the World Fund wouldn't match it anyway. The district won't either. Okay, Kathy, Jeff,
right.
It's time for number next.
All right.
Over a little bit.
Thanks so much, Governor Tom. Then a great presentation. Again, golly, there's just so much you can spend a lifetime, I think, learning more about the Rotary Foundation. So I see lots of thumbs up then. So thank you, sir. All right. Next we have our, oh gosh, Arturo. Okay, so your title just skipped my brain, but Public Relations and Public Information, and our most excellent district public information person, Arturo Barrio.
Kathy, thank you. Well, good morning, everybody. Before we start, does anybody have any good news I would like to share?
It's spring.
It's spring. Great news. Anybody else? Sonny, you're muted. Anybody, any good news that you would like to share?
Oh my gosh, I have so much I could take the rest of this time. We have a fabulous district conference coming up on April 9th and 10th. It's going to be awesome.
Perfect.
One little bit of good news of we've continued to hit some pretty big strides on our curbside fundraising efforts for the wine festival. And
excellent, Andy. Congratulations. I've been following up, and Yasser and all your club are doing amazing. Mario, do you want to share any good news about your California and how you met with the clubs over there?
Well, the news that I would like to share is the work that the club has been doing with the Anapra shelter. It's looking really good. They are finishing the paint and the last details of the remodeling project that we have. So hopefully by mid next week, we will be able to have the pictures of the finalized project.
Thank you, Mario. And we received support from a lot of the clubs for that remodeling project. So thanks, everybody. And yesterday, Mario was also part of it. We took food donations to the 100 volunteers of the food bank here in El Paso. I did not know that the food bank in El Paso is the 4th largest in the world. It's incredible. So, you know, if you ever come visit, we will be glad to support a tour of that. But, you know, as we can see, there are a lot of great news from all our clubs. So right now I'm going to go ahead and share our presentation, and we're going to be talking about public image, and we're ready to go. Can anybody, Kathy, can you please signal when you see the screen, when you see my screen? Yep. Perfect. Well, my name is Arturo Vargas, and I'm the District 5520 Public Image Chair, and I'm very excited to be with you today. I applaud, you know, Kathy's and Jeff and everybody who has put this RLI together. I graduated recently, so I'm excited that we're gonna have some graduates today. So today's goals are the following. We're gonna be discussing public image and publicity as it relates to Rotary and your members and clubs. Also, we're gonna explore how your club can benefit from a public relations strategy. And third, we're gonna identify your club's target audience and how we can effectively reach it. And I know we have experts on our session today. Andy definitely is one of them, and he can probably give a better presentation than I can. But, you know, some of the things that I wanted to share, and this is the reason why we encourage the clubs to be sharing, you know, those good news, like the Wine Fest curbside projects. About 60% of people surveyed back in 2015 say that they didn't know about a local Rotary club. And, you know, for example, here in El Paso, we have about 10 Rotary clubs. So this for me calls my attention because, you know, we're a more than 100-year-old organization, and there's still people that do not know about us. So we got to work on sharing our story. So I want to ask you, you know, who is our club target audience? Can anybody would like to talk a little bit about this? Any idea? We have 2 audiences.
Both.
Internal and external. Was that John?
Yep.
Can you share a little bit of how it will be internal, our audience?
Yeah, we need to keep members updated on what's going on, and from Rotary International, from the district level as well. And also, we do a fairly good job in our club of going over what's coming up on projects and things like that. So we need to keep people internally informed about that, as well as continually looking for prospects for membership.
And so the last part of that will be external. Andy, you have your hand raised?
Yeah, I was just going to add to the internal is that one of the key things, and especially during this time of COVID, is to use these communications to keep membership engaged, because we drift apart so easily as we're not getting together, you know, one-on-one, and it really is it's a tough thing. And we see in our club, for instance, we have pretty good participation in our weekly Zoom meeting, but there's certain people who are very good and long-term Rotarians who don't ever come to them. And there's that danger of not being engaged. So that's part of the internal
communication, definitely. Andy.
Yeah.
Well,
and
another thing, Arturo.
Yes, Richard, go ahead.
Another thing, I'm not sure if it would be internal, external. I consider it almost internal, but would be making sure that we're keeping the other clubs within the district informed of what's going on, so that we can support each other in terms of the efforts.
Definitely. And, you know, we have had, you know, great examples of that. You know, the Central Area President's Council and El Paso Anthony President's Council, where all the clubs come in once a month and share, you know, ideas, reports. And I'd like to recognize Jasser's efforts. You know, El Paso Club has been instrumental in supporting a lot of the other clubs regionally. So that's right, Richard, we got to do that communication among our clubs to share best practices, to make sure that people are informed of what we're doing. And this types of COVID, probably most of our clubs are meeting virtually. We're trying to figure out how to make them fun, how to make them active, how to make them engaging. So best practices is definitely something that we would like to share. One of the things that we have to consider, we're going to be talking about today is, what's the difference between public image, public relations, and publicity? Well, anybody would like to give us a shot on that? I know we have experts on the meeting today. What would that difference be? So Andy, I'm looking at you.
Well, clearly, on the public image side, we have, like you just said a few moments ago, the challenge that many people in our communities don't really know what Rotary stands for, who we are, what we do, both locally or globally. There's a lot of people that just don't know who we are and what we do. So from the public image side, that obviously is really, really critically important, that we're constantly using social media and whatever media channels are available to us to make sure that there's a level of awareness of what we do both locally and globally as an organization. On the public relations side, that's really the one side is imaging and how we represent our brand and be consistent about that and stay consistent with the international branding and goals. On the public relations side, it's really more about what are we actually doing? How do we interface with the business community, with our local civic leaders and those types of organizations, so that we're building stronger bonds with key stakeholders outside of our club. So there's really one thing that's kind of our branding side, and the other one is like communicating directly what we're doing, how we're doing it, and how we can connect to other organizations, communities, civics, etc.
Thank you, Andy. That's a great response. And based on your response, we talk about what is the difference between the three of them, and which one we might have more control over. And I appreciate, Andy, your response, because it matches up perfectly the description that we had from the dictionary. So, but which one do you think? This is open to all. We want to make sure that everybody participates. Which one we might have more control over? The public image, the public relations, or the publicity?
Publicity.
Yes, Kathy? Kathy?
I would say publicity, because it's not interactive.
So it's something that we create, right?
Correct.
If I to that, Arturo, what Kathy mentioned, I was going to say publicity as well. And just looking around here, I mean, we got the Rotary hat, we got the Rotary shirt, here's Rotary. And I think over the last year, and a lot of these efforts led by you, Arturo, is all this public image and the branding. And I know Warren Andy has done an incredible job in our club. And even like back here, I have the yard signs from our
club, yeah,
that we just had made. So publicity is definitely something that we can control, and I've seen a huge increase of that in the last year.
Thank you, Jesser. Anybody else would like to comment?
It seems to me like they're all so interrelated, that you can't really separate one out as more important, because they all build on each other.
That is correct, but I think that the one that we can, send the message out is the publicity, the public image is a concept that the ideas of the public might have about what we create. So thank you, Dean, for that, and they're interrelated. So which of the following tools do you think it will be more effective? I know there's been different times, and Rotary has been alive for many years. So we're talking about newspaper, internet, the social media, TV, radio. Which one do you think it will be best for internal communications?
Newsletters.
The newsletters, yeah. Julie, we do that, and we have some clubs that have that, and it keeps us, we have Don Powell does our district, and he keeps us informed. Now he's doing it twice a month. So newsletter will be for internal communication. Are y'all doing emails? Are you doing any group text messaging? Anything that might help out for internal communication?
In our club, we have our secretary puts out information from Club Runner. And it kind of keeps us up to date on what's going on with different committees and what's going on with our club.
Thank you, Deborah.
And
And
I found two in our club, and I'm a new member. And like Andy mentioned before, there certainly are plenty of members who will never join a Zoom meeting ever. So we have found during this past year that the personal phone calls have been very effective, checking in with people, introducing, like I got to meet other members who reached out to me and welcomed me and made sure I was feeling part of the group despite this weird time. So I know it's not on the list, but that was one thing that I've noticed over the past year has been very effective for communicating within our club.
that's a great point, Rachel. And you know, I've been attending a lot of the club meetings, and one of the meetings that called my attention when we were sharing, good news, one of the club members shared how impacted she was because she got a call from the president of the club to checking in on her. And it goes a long way. You know, we have people that have had COVID. We have people that have had, that work on the health, that are nurses, that are doctors, that have been working, 24/7, and we need to check up on that. So that will definitely, I will include that on the next one. Thank you, Rachel, for noticing that. And we came up with a campaign in the district. I don't know if you follow our Facebook page. If not, please like and share and follow, like Mario will say from our club. But this is important. You know, we have a check-in Tuesday to call a Rotarian and see how they're doing. So, every Tuesday, it doesn't have to be a Tuesday, but we just want to make sure that we reach out to our club members and make sure they're doing well. Is there something about your club that the community recognizes? You like to share on that or comment? And I'm sorry, I'm saying share too much. I'm going to change the word.
Our club in Santa Fe is known for its annual pancake breakfast that engages a whole lot of people in the community and also serves as a fundraiser for the club.
And then in El Paso, we have several things that we're pretty well known for that are pretty high profile. Of course, our El Paso Wine Fest is a huge event and our biggest fundraiser for the year. But also at Christmas time, our program with the kids at Yasser, how many years have we been doing that again? It's goes back.
Over 100 years. Well, not over 90 something years.
Yeah, I mean, that's an incredible legacy, by the way, to have done that with 4,500 children for that long is pretty amazing. And then our ramp build is pretty well known and high profile, where we're building our ramps around and part of the Texas Ramp Project. So all of those are super high profile and get quite a bit of coverage in the community and from media.
Thank you, Andy.
Now, this is Mark Ellsworth at Omaha West. We have two things that we're kind of known for. One is we have a police and firefighters recognition day, which is usually gets some pretty good press coverage, and the media is usually there. And that's been going on for quite a period of time. And then we have a second one, which is a senior recognition day, where we bring in a senior from, I think it's one senior from each of the metro area schools. So it's probably, I'm going to guess 40 or 41 students. And we honor them and recognize them at that function. And that one has gone on for a long time. I think Mark Manhart's on the call. He may remember. I'm not exactly sure what happened with that this past year because of COVID, but I think either we have or we're going to do something virtually to try to maintain the streak, so to speak. But yeah.
Thank you, Mark. Anybody else like to comment on this?
Kathy has her hand up.
Oh, thank you, Jeff. I can't see, so I appreciate it if you can let me know. Yes, Kathy, go ahead.
Well, Taos Milagro is most known here in Taos for their Chili Challenge event, which is an all-day golf tournament, a chili challenge. All the restaurants come in and we judge their red and green chili, and then we have a silent auction at the end. And we also have a really really good reading program using Zoom and Epic Books that we're still reading to kindergarten through third grade right now on Zoom. That's getting some recognition. And we also participate in the Plaza Halloween party.
Thank you, Kathy. And you already got a fan. Rachel mentioned that you like to attend the Chili Challenge. So please share with us the upcoming dates. And I think a lot of us would like to participate. And Andy mentions on the chat also that he forgot to mention right on the Rotary. So the El Paso Club and you know, I know all our clubs are doing a lot of things. I had a question, and I don't know if you can do a show of hands. Does your club have like a different logo than the Rotary logo? Like you created a specific logo for your club? I don't know if we can see, Jeff, I don't know if we can monitor the raise of hands to see who has and I will say, you know, our club has a different logo than the current logo. So
Let's stop sharing for a minute.
yeah, let me go ahead and stop sharing so we can see. There we go. So whose club has like a different logo that is not the Rotary logo brand?
Well, ours is just customized from the brand guidelines.
Right. No, I'm talking about the other one, like the, you know, the different logos. So, okay,
We have a
Julie,
different one for El
myself.
Paso Wine Fest. It's specific to that event that we created just for El Paso Wine Fest because we wanted it to have its own branding, even though we do co-promote and cross-pollinate so people know it's Rotary Club, but it does have a separate logo.
Perfect. And the reason why I'm asking, and you know, I didn't see a lot of hands up. So, you know, you probably already are familiar with the new logo. So this, you know, this is our master brand. This is our new logo. And you might know this, but there is a deadline for all the clubs to comply, which is June of next year. We all have to have the same logo. And the reason being is that we want to be consistent in our image. The identity at a glance gives you all the information regarding the logo, the type of fonts, the typography, the imagery, everything that you need to know about the logos. And at the brand center, you can create the logo for your club. And you know, in many communities, very few people even know that Rotary Club exists. How can our clubs do better at public relations?
Arturo, could I just mention something about brand?
Definitely, Sunny, go right ahead.
Just two things. One is it's in our best interests to have a common brand because we can promote one another that way. Everything Rotary gains traction from everything Rotary. And we're recalling it, it's not new really since it came out in 2013. They've given us like 8 or 9 years to get consistent here, which is great. We're calling it brand fidelity, not just compliance, because it's for us and it's our faithfulness to the brand is going to inspire everyone. Thank you, Arturo.
Thank you, Sunny, and that's correct. So it's not that new, and it's been going on for, I think it's since 2013 when this campaign began.
Arturo,
June, Arturo?
I have a question too.
Yes, Don, and then Richard.
Yeah, you know, I was wondering about things that we already have that have old logos on them. Like we have a blow-up Rotary logo. It's the wheel. It's about 6 feet high when it's blown up. Can we use that after June 1st, 2022?
That is a great question, and we reach out to the zone to check on this. So one of the things that we are not going to need to change basically are like landmarks and like the big things that you already have. So they're basically requesting that we make sure that our websites are all communications, you know, the stationery or shirts, Facebook, social media. Those are the things that we need to update. So that's a great question.
We'll check. That's a great question, Dean. We will check. And just so you know, we have this next year to use up the stuff like trading banners and pins that we haven't used yet. You know, so give them out right away.
Yes. Richard, you had a question? And sorry that I'm looking two ways, but I'm looking at my two screens. So I was able to put all the faces on the right. So that's why I'm kind of like looking away, but go ahead, Richard.
I think I just heard a clarification. June 1st of 2022 or this June?
2022.
June 30th. June 30th of 2022.
Okay.
Mark, do you have a question?
Yeah, I have a question. I just want to clarify. So
with the new branding, like in our case, Omaha West Rotary, that Omaha West can't be anywhere in that logo, right?
No, you can. So basically in the brand center, they have, you go there and it has like a logo specific creator. And it says Rotary with the big letters on top and the wheel. And then at the bottom says Club of, and then you can just fill in the blanks. I will be glad to help you do it. And then you put Omaha West.
Okay,
and
thank
that's
you.
it. So it's very simple to do. And we already created all the logos for our district. But I will be glad to help you out with it. It's pretty simple, and we'll be glad to give you all the logos if you need it.
All right, thanks.
Arturo, Warren's asked if you could put a link to the Brand Center in the chat. Is that easy for you to do?
Yes.
Got it.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you.
And also, Kathy Herman, she held up a brand that I wanted to take a peek at.
Yes, that's something that we're gonna have to adjust.
Okay.
Yeah,
Great.
so basically the new logo, I think, Jasser, do you have your shirt on? I think, I mean, you have your shirt on, but the logo. So that's the logo right there. And so basically in the back of Jasser, you can see the Rotary logo, and that's the correct logo, Rotary Club of El Paso. So that should be in our shirts and our new, the new things that we do. That's correct. And thank you, John. He already put the brand center. Thank you, Jasser, for showing the shirts that are really cool.
Arturo?
Yes, Kathy.
So what would we change on this one?
So basically the wheel is not the wheel, and you have to have always the Rotary next to the wheel.
Okay.
People are not familiar with the wheel on it, so we need to put the word Rotary next to it.
Okay, and then the writing in here.
Yes, it's going to be on the left, where the Rotary is on the left side, and to the right of the wheel. This is very important. That space on the right of the wheel is only reserved for like our major partners, like United Nations, the big partners. So that's the only thing that can go on the right side of the wheel.
Okay. Thank you very much.
No, our pleasure, and thank you. Great comments, everybody. I'm grateful for your comments. So one of the questions that we wanted to ask you is, does your club have a public relations chairman? Can we do a show of hands? Yeah, I see Deborah nodding. I see Kathy. I see Andy. Yes, perfect. That's awesome. That's great. So, their role, we talked for a little bit about it. How are they going to be communicating with Rotary International, getting that information with the public and the club? So you probably know. And do you all have a PR strategy? I know Andy has one. Or your clubs have one? Andy, can you talk a little bit on that?
Let me unmute.
There you go.
Yeah, and this is really kind of in the earliest stages, but the idea has been that we are working to build relationships, and I've been having multiple conversations with the media, the key media players in the marketplace, so that we have an open line of communication, that we share our social media postings with them and like that, so they can kind of keep up. So yes, we're going to take it a step further and build out what we'll call an EPK, or an electronic press kit, which is on my to-do list. And that would be to put together our logo, the branded logo that we want them to use. It'll include some videos and some background B-roll, some one sheets and PDF documents on our club, links to our various sites, because we have more than one site. We have a WineFest site, we have a Rotacare. So all of that kind of information, and then give it out to the media on a thumb drive and or to a link to a Dropbox or something, and then constantly be updating that so that the media always has access to assets that we want them to have that are consistent with our brand image and the new Rotary guidelines, et cetera, et cetera. So, and that's what we recommend. That is not all done yet. It is on the to-do list and being worked on, but it is part of the plan.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And we're probably going to definitely reach out to you all to share those best practices, so we can, somehow, if we can support and provide them with the, I don't know, like the outline or things that you recommend, I think it would be very beneficial to our clubs to have access to some of those. And I've seen some of the zones that actually have that. So I'll send you that information because they have it available for all the clubs, like the press release format with the logo and everything. So thank you, Andy, for doing that. And you know, there's, as we talked about the campaign for the public image, this campaign and this effort that Rory has been doing for the last 7 years, 7 years, it has three main components. One is membership, foundation, and the other one is public image. So those are the three pillars. And we talked about how intertwined they are. You know, we have to be making a conscious effort for membership, and membership is going to impact our foundation. And all this has to be done, you know, with the support from the public image.
Arturo?
Yes. What was that?
This is George.
Oh, yes, George.
Our club had the local village economic development person speak last week, and she told us that she would want to know what our club does so she could publicize that to other, you know, companies and businesses that she's trying to attract to the area.
Mm-hmm. And you know, a lot of the people, you know, Rotary is known worldwide, so that's great, George. And if we can help you, you know, we have like one pagers that you can use, you know, about your club and things that would be easy for them to have. But you know, we have clubs around the world, so there's a lot of people that might be interested when they come in that they don't know anybody, how to network. You know, Rotary is known for that. You know, they want to make sure that they have that opportunity to promote their business. So thank you, George, of sharing that with us. So, and also right now, as Jeff was mentioning, you know, right now with Zoom, we have the opportunity to have speakers from all over the world. And if you have local speakers and you would like to share that with the district, let us know. And we can participate in their meetings and join and try to figure out how we can support that as well. So let me go ahead and continue. I think I have a few minutes left. This is something that you probably have seen if you have heard me speak before, but I think it's very important. You know, the social media as a trend, we have 3.8 billion people on social media. So we got to be thinking about how we can have a greater presence on our social media outlets. This is the spike of social media during COVID. It's about 72% of consumers say that they're spending more time on social media. You know, the upcoming generations, Generation C, Millennials, Generation X, but baby boomers actually, you know, will increase after the COVID. They asked them if they will continue using social media. So this is where the people are. This is how we're going to reach out. And people ask me sometimes, well, why do you take a picture of, you know, the squares? Or why do you take so many pictures? Well, because we want to let people know that even though there's a pandemic and that, you know, we might be working from home, we're still active. Our clubs are doing amazing things. You know, the Navajo Project. There's tons of things that we have been doing through the COVID situation that we need to share. We need to get people excited about what we're doing so they can know about. You know, a lot of people, you know, when you ask them, they want to get involved, but they're not sure how to do it. And I think Rotary is a great way to get people involved and support the community. As our governor mentions always, you know, now more than ever, we need to do this. We need to support our communities. This is something that we need to work. Something that we need from your club, you know, appoint a public image chair for those that don't have it yet. Public image stories. We want to make sure that we know what you're doing. We can share it out, and we'll be glad to support on spreading the word of what your club is doing. Some of you already have a public image chair. If not, please designate one. Also, you know, comments and shares on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. You know, we've been trying very hard in the past years to make sure that our stories are out there. We have Mario who's with us today, and Mario has been promoting a race, and we did it for the third time this year, and he always says, please like and share. You know, if we can share the district, your clubs, every outlet that we can share, we will reach more people. You know, so please like and share our social media outlets and copies of your newsletters. We have clubs that systematically, they send me a copy of their newsletter, so we try to get their information and pass it along. And just send it to me, and I'll put my information at the end of the presentation. And this is what we can offer for you and your clubs. Promote your programs and events at the district social media outlets. You never know. One of the pictures that I showed earlier for the Navajo Project, we posted that information on our district Facebook page, and I got a call from Dallas saying, hey, you know what? I have donations that I want to send. So I gave her my address, and I, you know, A week later, I got boxes of books, boxes of different things that they were able to raise to gather in Dallas. So you never know. You know, there's posts that have an impact worldwide. You know, you're going to get people, you know, supporting your projects. Share best practices. Andy was talking with us about what they're going to do with the public relations strategy, which I think is great. Please let us know how we can help. And also, you know, if we can share with your club examples of club branding, we will be glad to do that and much more. You know, we have a great energy. We're excited about Rotary. We want to make people excited about Rotary. And I just wanted to thank you. And I'm going to put my information up. If you have any questions, I think we have a few minutes left. This is my information. I'll be glad to share it on the, I will send that presentation to Caddy as well. I'm looking at the chat, so I'll be glad to send it out so you can have a copy of this. And thank you. That's
Arturo?
Yes, Sunny, I'm gonna go ahead and stop
It
sharing.
occurs to me that one thing we need and don't yet have is a cadre of people to support clubs in making sure their websites have brand fidelity. So if there's anyone on this call who knows someone who would be willing to serve on that kind of team, I think it could make a huge difference for people in our district.
Definitely.
Arturo?
Yes.
So I hate to be a curmudgeon.
Right.
But there, you know, we were talking about publicity, and that, you know, that's the one that we may have the most control over, but there's a component of publicity that we don't. And that's if something bad happens. And I think thinking strategically, because we talked about how public image is an important strategy. I think it's reasonable to think about what to do if some negative publicity comes out. It happens. And it may not even be related to Rotary, but it may be someone in your club that may be wearing their Rotary pin when a picture ends up in the journal about something bad that happened about that person. So I think it's reasonable to control the part that we want to get the good news out, but we also want to think about what's going to be our strategy if something negative gets out that we did not control.
Could we have Governor Dan speak to that for just a moment?
Definitely.
Dan Garrison is heading up our,
You're on
Dan,
mute.
you're muted.
The district has a crisis response team. The information for it is on the district website. If you have a publicity nightmare about to occur for your club, you're to contact myself or another member of the team, and we're listed in the district contacts. We have access to news media people and that kind of thing to get in and get ahead of the story and give the club the opportunity to take care of the problem internally. And then we have people to deal with the news and the public. So.
And I'm also in that committee, so my information is on the
Yes.
chat in case you have any emergencies or anything. We will be glad to help out. But that's a great question, Jeff. Thank you for
both. Thanks, Jeff. Great question.
That's what curmudgeons are for.
Curmudgeons have their place. Yes.
Absolutely.
We want all points of view.
And something that is very important is you're not alone. You know, we're here to help you out. You know, we have a lot of people that are interested in helping out, making sure that we are able to share the stories. You know, we have, you know, also something that we ask the clubs, you know, a lot of you are going to be incoming presidents or you're involved, you know, if you have a new member, let us know so we can welcome them to the district. Rotary, you know, we're growing, you know, we're growing. We want to let people know that we're vibrant, that we're, you know, we're trying to make a difference. And I think that when more people are aware that we're growing, are going to get involved. You know, we have new generations that are coming into Rotary for different motives. You know, like We're talking about earlier, George was mentioning, people that might be coming into town is how can they get to know people? I've lived in different countries, different places, and what do you do to meet people? Well, you join Rotary. Right there you have a network. 1.2 million people are in Rotary. So I don't know if there are any questions or comments. Kathy, how are we doing on time? I think we have a minute left.
We have actually 6 minutes, but we can go ahead and take a break. Let's see, Bob Roush, Governor, I saw you just raise your hand.
Yeah, I'd just like to
Kathy-
comment
Kathy
also.
Herman.
I'd also like to comment that there's passive promotion as well. When you go out on a project, if you're wearing a proper Rotary logo as well, that's a good way of promoting ourselves outside without actively seeking it, just by wearing it or having signage in areas where you're doing a project goes a long way as well.
Thank you, Governor.
Good point. Sonny, was it you that I heard speaking?
Kathy
Kathy
has a
Herman
question.
had her hand up.
Oh,
Yes,
okay,
Kathy.
thank you.
I have a general question for everyone. How many clubs in District 5520 have non-Rotarian volunteers working with them?
I don't have any data on that, but
Yeah,
I
that's a-
imagine it's quite a number. Why do you ask?
Because we're having an issue with a woman who's the wife of our past president, and it's gotten a little out of hand. She's pretty passive aggressive, and if someone had any tips on how to handle this, I'd love to talk to someone about it.
Please reach out to us. We'll be glad to help you out.
Who
Send her
said
an
that?
invoice.
That was Arturo, and you have my cell phone and my contact on the
I've
chat.
got everything for you, Arturo.
Yes, and I saw you twice a week this week, so yay!
That's
So
right.
thank you for making me feel welcome at the Taos Milagro Rotary Club the other day. So
You were great too. You did a great job.
thank you. But yeah, reach out to us, and we'll be glad to talk about it and see how we can help you.
Thanks so much.
And something that Governor-elect Bob mentioned, I think is very important, and I think this is where we sometimes have a challenge. We Rotarians are doing this because it's our passion, and we don't want to talk about it. We normally, when we help somebody, we don't want to tell about it. But now I think we need to share what we're doing so people can get more familiar with Rotary. I know it's not to, in Spanish, we say cacarear, like a rooster, they go, wah, 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 so when the egg is out, they cacarean el huevo. So basically we need to cacarear what we're doing. We need to make sure that we're sharing the information on the projects, because if we don't, people are not going to get familiar with Rotary. And I know it's a thin line between promoting what we're doing and, letting people know what, we're helping others. But I know it's not something that we want to say, oh, we're helping because we're so good people. No, we're helping because we're part of an organization that our job is to help. So just food for thought, and just post it. Send us pictures, make sure that we're aware, and we'll be glad to share as much as we can.
Arturo, we're definitely going to send you some pictures because we're getting ready to give out about $15,000 in scholarships to nursing students in another 2 weeks. So we're real excited about that.
Definitely. Thank you, Richard. You brought a really good point. If you're going to have an event, right now, all the events are virtual. We had an example. I don't know if Governor Linda's still on the line, but we had the silent auction throughout the district. I think we were able to fundraise close to $13,000 in about an hour and a half.
Wow.
Why? Because we had people from all the district participate. They didn't have to travel. They didn't have to go anywhere. So if you're going to have a fundraiser, let us know. We'll post it on the Facebook of the district. And you might have people from El Paso joining you, from Anthony, from Fort Stockton, I don't know, from everywhere. So that's Nebraska. So our friends from Nebraska might join you. So we will ask you, where's Nebraska again? But that's okay. Mark, you had a comment?
Yeah, we had a vibrant, really, 100 people in our group, 110 people in our group before a year ago. And I think that we're all just kind of coming out of it, especially we're coming out of it pretty strong. If you really look at it, we have only 20, 25 people in person now, but that's huge. And we have 20, 25 on this Zoom. But I think we've come out of it in pretty good shape. We've got 2 new members. We're not losing a lot of members, at least. And I think that we need this help, though. Still, we need a push with the media, with younger people online. I'm bringing 21-year-old kid the other day who has his own business trimming trees, you know, just getting started. But that's the kind of people we need, you know. And I brought another guy from the part of town that really needs the help. You know, there's only one part of Omaha, Council Bluffs, that needs, you know, a couple parts in the city that really need help. And I think we need to get into those places. And, you know, we're Omaha West. The west of Omaha doesn't need a lot of help with the kids and the families and things like that. So I see us coming out of this just stronger than ever, but we need all these districts to do even small grants. We have a Bloody Mary Fest coming up in June in person. If you're in Omaha, you know, Bloody Mary Festival with music and raffles. And I don't know, what did we raise last time, Mark Ellsworth?
Oh, it was, yeah, exactly. I can't recall, but it was like 15,000. But we had it was our inaugural Bloody Mary Jazz Fest, and it was fabulous. We had a great turnout, and we were expecting really big things last April, wasn't it scheduled for?
Until it got canceled, yeah.
And it got canceled, so we're still wanting to do it again, and we pushed it off about 3 times. But I wanted to just tag on something to him because we worked hard at this. So we're in our 9th month of our Rotary year. We've added 9 new members, so we're averaging a member a month during the pandemic. So, and Mark gets credit. He's brought 2 people the last couple months, and so. But you know, you got renewal season coming up. We also, someone mentioned earlier, and I couldn't agree more. And I couldn't get unmuted fast enough to add to it. We've been having calling programs to members who haven't been so engaged. They obviously weren't coming to meetings, and they weren't on Zoom. And you just have a number of people in the club that just do not like the virtual experience, and they just don't participate in it. They aren't that doesn't necessarily mean they still don't see themselves as Rotarians. So we just have to keep reaching out to those people and let them know that there's light at the end of the tunnel, and we're thinking about them, and that it's going to be fabulous. You know, great things are coming. I agree with Mark Manhart.
Thank you, Marks. And Mark Manhart, I totally agree with you. I think we're going to come out stronger. And you know, this opportunity that brought us Zoom, now we can connect with people, you know, that might not be able to meet in person. So now we have an opportunity to continue even further, you know, and our district, Sonny has been promoting. Now we have an IT district team that are going to come up with best practices or best equipment to have virtual hybrid meetings. So we will be glad to share that when that's available, you know, what microphones, what tools might be available. So to ensure that we can have both options, in person and virtual. So thank you, Mark, and thank you for everything you're doing to grow Rotary. I totally agree. We need to bring people. We need to let them know what we're doing. There was another question, I think. I saw a hand raised, or we're good. And I think, Kathy, I'm running out of my time, but I just want to thank everybody for all your support and for your time today on Saturday morning. Ryan, you have a comment?
Yes, I would love to like piggyback into that group. I'm working with a colleague right now on figuring. We've done hybrid meetings twice, and we've already worked through like 2 different equipment models. So I would love to be a part of that, to share and discuss what you all are doing with hybrids and share what we're doing as well.
Excellent, Ryan. Thank you so much. And I put my email. I'll be glad to help connect with the team, with the governor. So we will be glad to do that. So appreciate your help.
Thanks, Ryan.
And the picture is already posted. So please go to the district website, like and share.
We will make it. The hand up was an applause for you, Arturo. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah, it's good. Thank you, Sonny. It's a great presentation, great conversation, great questions. So you guys are, it's again, the synergy of Rotary and our participation with each other is just incredible. Hey, let's take about let's go ahead and and begin then with Bruce, and who's going to be leading us in building a stronger club. And you've been given so many tools and resources already, and I think Bruce is going to help with the cement to put it all together then. So Bruce, my friend, take it away.
Thank you very much, Kathy. And hi, everybody. Good to finally get a chance to talk with you. And so we're getting near the end here. This is actually the last of the of the exercises to kind of get you into the Rotary thing here, as opposed to the end, which is going to be to congratulate our next lesson is more along the lines of well done and what did you get out of the course. So this is our last opportunity, and Rotary used to publish Rotary Leadership Institute used to publish a sort of a guideline thing where you could look at all of the different things that we teach and break them into 3 separate areas. And those areas where we call them threads. So, and this was a few years ago that they used to do this. They don't publish it anymore, but I think it's still applicable. And those 3 threads are leadership, membership, and service. You can look at all of the different things that we've talked about over the last 3 sessions, and they'll fall within one of those categories. So when we talk about building a stronger club, which category do you think that might be in? Anybody? Why do we need a stronger club? Rachel. Thought I saw you raise your 2 fingers there for a second.
3 fingers, all 3.
Okay. So what category are we in?
Leadership presently? You mean what category are we in our training?
With this lesson, building a stronger club.
Leadership, membership.
Membership. Yeah, there you go. This isn't we're now in the membership spiral. This is the last of the membership. Why do you think we need a stronger club? What's going on with membership in Rotary right now?
You need to.
Oh, Mark's going down. Yeah. Well, actually, we're what? Stagnant, right? But where are we going down in membership?
In the United States.
Specifically in North America. Okay, and not just North America. Things are slowing down in Europe as well. Where are things going great?
Asia and Africa.
And especially, well, Africa perhaps, but India. India and the Far East. So what's the difference? So what this lesson is designed to, what Rotary has done here is there's a reason. Rotary has pretty much isolated a main reason, or one of the main reasons why we're having problems. And that's what we're going to be talking about today. So if you look at the front page there on building a stronger club, let's go through that real quick. It says, as I further my Rotary journey, I can assist in delivering on Rotary's promise. So thank you, Jeff. And so Rotary's promise, we'll talk about that in just a minute, what the Rotary's promise, I want to see what you think it is. And then let's take a look at session goals. The session goals are, we're going to examine the varying expectations of Rotary. So you can see kind of where we're headed with this, expectations. We're going to explore the consequences of met and unmet expectations. And then we want to be able to know how we can assist in delivering on Rotary's promise. We've got some materials. We've got the insert, BSC1, which is the guiding principles. And the reason that's in there is that the guiding principles, if you flip over real quickly to the next page, insert BSC1, guiding principles include the object of Rotary, the 4-way test. But what we're really after here is the avenues of service, because expectations can fall anywhere within these avenues. Okay, so that's why that particular, why the guiding principles are there. Thanks, Jeff. We'll also have an exercise that we're going to do on expectations and how well we deliver on those expectations. And then Be a Vibrant Club is an attachment there. And there's a section there in Be a Vibrant Club. If I can remember where it is, where it's located. It's, I believe, Be a Vibrant Club. I thought I had it out here. I've got it here somewhere. Be a Vibrant Club. Oh, I know where it is. Yeah, Be a Vibrant Club. And Jeff, I don't know if you have that one there or not, but one of the 10 ideas on being a vibrant club. Yeah, go to the last page. Yeah, if you go down there to the left-hand side, fourth one down, it says develop strong relationships within your club. And this is introducing new members to Rotary, okay? And that introducing new members to Rotary, one of the things that talks about is giving new members a clearer idea of what to expect as a member of your club, okay? Including things like your club's culture, your club's history, projects and activities, but it's all expectations. Everything is built around expectations that people have. And it can involve potential members. It can involve new members. It can involve people that aren't even associated with your club, people in the community. So we're going to focus on a certain area, which we'll talk about in a little bit. But the whole idea is that Rotary is isolating these expectations and the fact that maybe these expectations are not going to be met or not being met by our new members particularly. And the result of this is what you are seeing now that is going on in Rotary International, especially North America, as far as membership. Over the last 10, 15 years, we have been losing half of all of our new members within the first 3 years. This has not changed. This fact has not changed since 2000, I think, is when it started, early 2000s. So this lesson is built around why is this happening? Why are we not meeting expectations? How can we do this better? All right, so let's go back to that front page then, if we could, Jeff, on building a stronger club. And there we go. And so the first question is, what do you think is meant by Rotary's promise? And it doesn't have anything to do with planned giving, okay? If you look up Rotary's promise on the Rotary website, you'll get planned giving. But what are we talking about? What promise are we talking about here? Especially with new members and existing members.
Service above self.
Okay, service. Okay, service is important, right? All right, it's an expectation. You're gonna have the opportunity to serve. All right, anything else?
Bruce, it makes me think of world peace and world understanding.
Okay. In this particular situation, I like that too, Sonny. But in this particular situation, what RLI is getting at here is that when we talk about the Rotary's promise, we are talking about the expectations to be fulfilled for club members.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and that's the promise. The promise is, hey, come to Rotary and all these things can happen. And what's your interest? What do you want to do? Do you want to develop leadership skills? Do you want to give back to the community? What is it that you want to do?
So you will be fulfilled then? Is it kind of like that?
I'm sorry, say again.
You will be fulfilled?
You will be fulfilled. Whatever it is you're looking for, we're the people that can do it for you, okay? The problem is Rotary says we're not doing a very good job of that. And that's one of the reasons why people are leaving. I took a look at Rotary's action plan within their strategic plan. And here's the action plan. Number one, increase our impact. Okay, that's good. 2, expand our reach. But number 3 is the important one for us for this lesson. Enhance participant engagement. Participants are members and people who assist us. They go on to say that, that one of their goals within the Rotary Action Plan is to recommit to putting the needs, quote, expectations, and growth of our participants at the center of all we do. Rotary is really zeroing in on the fact that we may not be doing as good a job as we think in meeting the expectations of our members, either potential members or existing members, and we can even go outside of the club. We can talk about the community. Maybe we're not even meeting expectations the community has of Rotary and what Rotary does in the community. So that's what we mean by Rotary's promise. So now the question is, does your Rotary Club set expectations with its target audience about membership in the club? Think about that for a second. And if anybody would like to answer that, does your club set expectations? I think for the remainder of our talk this morning, let's focus on new members, potential members and new members, because they're the people we need to keep. Does your club have expectations?
Bruce?
Yes.
I'd like to jump in for a moment because I realize my club does set expectations when we do our orientation. However, I don't think we do a good job at following through on making sure they're met. And we say, for example, everyone will participate on a committee, but then we aren't calling them to make sure they are. Do you know what I mean?
Uh-huh. And let me give you an idea. Let me give you some ideas about expectations and what new members or potential members may be looking for. Things like, do you have, let's talk about vocational service. One of the big changes that I've seen over the last 20 years, I've been a Rotarian now for 20 years, add on another 3 or so years when I was an honorary member, when I was still on active duty in the Air Force. And what I've seen is I have seen a huge change in how we look at vocational service. What was it like early? For those of you who have been around for a long time, in the old days, were we allowed to go in and brag about our company and the work that we do?
No.
What would happen if we did that?
You'd get fined.
You'd get fined. Thank you, Deborah. We'd get fined. Okay, has that changed over the last 2 decades?
Mm-hmm.
How? What do we do now?
We have Good News Basket to be able to talk about the good things that are happening in our lives and in our business or something like that.
Okay. Anybody else? What else do we do? In other words, we're paying more and more attention to vocational service, especially allowing our members to talk about what they do. Okay. Why is that important, especially for our younger members?
Bruce, I think it's important as we move Rotary closer and closer to understanding the power of networking and combining our professional hats with our personal passions. And to the extent that we know a lot more about who's in our club, what they do, how they do it on a professional level, it gives us many more opportunities to get the right people in the right places and combine skills so that 1 + 1 = 15 and not 2.
Right. Okay.
Can I add to that?
Thank you.
Can
Anyone
I add
else?
to that? I think there's also a recognition that corporate sponsors are, at least in our club, a huge part of our fundraising. And in fact, we now even have a corporate level membership to try to encourage and continue to foster that. And we just, I think it's a recognition that they're an important part of the community as well, and we can use them as assets. And so, allowing that time and space for in the club meetings is, I think, important.
Absolutely. I was an assistant governor for 4 years, and one of my clubs was the Rotary Club of Grants, Milan. Okay, I don't know how many of you have ever been out there. I mean, you got to really want to go out there. All right, so they're out there. So I would go every quarter at least and visit with them as their assistant governor. And the one thing that I really liked about their club, they only had 25, well, at that time, 26 members, something like that. There might be and it was a luncheon club. And there might be 15 at any given time, when I would go for lunch. But what I really was impressed with is every time, and now remember, small club, one of the things that they did every time is when they began the session, when they began the meeting, every person in the club would pay $1 or $2, and they would talk about their business. They would talk about what's coming up, how people can get involved, and was there going to be anything that Rotary could do. But they got to talk about what they do in their job. And again, it was great to learn what everybody was coming up, things that were going on, people that worked for the state, for the local government, people that worked in the school system, hospital. And that's something that we would never have done 20 years ago, right? And I thought, super job. Unfortunately, it only works if you got a small club. If you've got 100 members, do you have time to have every one of them talk about what they do? Before the clubs, when they were done, it'll be time to say, hit the gavel and say, well, we'll see you next week. So I'm not sure what the workaround is in that case, but for smaller clubs, it works great. But the point is now Rotary realizes, hey, we need to if we're going to meet expectations, let's let people network. Let's let people know what's going on. And maybe there's certain things that Rotary can do and to take advantage of that. So Rotary's promises, and maybe one of the promises that we have is we're going to give you the opportunity to network. It could be a scheduled networking event mixer or something like that. It could be a business minute. How many of you have business minutes where at least one Rotarian every time gets a chance to talk about their business? And your clubs do that? Ours used to. We don't do it anymore. Could be a new generations committee, looking for ways to bring our younger members in and get them involved. What are they looking for? A planned service activity involving only our new generations members, or maybe created by them. A mentoring program. How many of you have mentoring programs in your club? Okay. How many of you promise or mention the fact that, hey, we can also, you join our club, we can help you with your leadership skills. How many of you have leadership training? Okay, I see a few hands going up. Here's something else. How many of you, I hope that most of your clubs do this, when people in when your leadership in your club talks about maybe you want to attend Rotary Leadership Institute, does the club cover the cost of that? Here in District 5520, we encourage all of our clubs to pick up, this is only obviously for the trainings that we do live. Online obviously is free, but we charge in our district. I was the original membership chair for the district, and we charged $35 per person, but the clubs paid for it. Try and get people involved. How about career days in the schools? Any of your clubs that do that? Our club used to do that. We don't do it anymore. Mark, I saw your hand go up. You have it. You guys do the career day thing?
Yeah, we sponsor a school in our northern part of town. We sponsor Skinner little school, and I don't do it personally, but a bunch of our people go down and sponsor one kid, gosh, for their whole time at the grade school, 2-3 years and more. they stick with that one kid, and read to them, set up times with the parents and meet the parents wherever they are, whatever they're doing, and read to their kid. It's a great, again, something I do other things in the group.
Yeah, and Mark Ellsworth, you also raised your hand.
Yeah, Mark was referring to our Rotary Readers program, but we also, as he mentioned, we have a partner school. That Skinner Magnet School I mentioned. And we also have a career day with them. That's like a middle school, isn't it, Mark? Well, I don't know. I shouldn't say that. I think there's
like sixth
up
grade, seventh grade.
Up to sixth grade. Yeah.
Okay.
So we have a career day, and we have some of our members that go in, and we each sit at a table, and they rotate the kids around just to kind of introduce them to career opportunities.
Okay. Okay, this is great. But here's the point of this whole thing. And that is Rotary, I think, strongly believes that Rotary clubs, we set expectations, but we don't follow through in all cases. And they have backed off a little bit of this from, every 3 or 4 years, Rotary Leadership Institute updates all their materials. And 3 or 4 years ago, they switched over to this particular exercise that we're going to do now because they're desperate, especially here in North America, to try and increase our membership. And they said, if we can fix the problems that we're having, that they think are caused a great amount by having expectations that aren't being met, they think we can really solve and finally come up with an answer to why we are consistently losing half of our new members every 3 years. So here's what I want you to do. We have an activity, and it's on page. Okay, yeah, it's on the following page. After you get the insert BSC1, the guiding principles, on the back side of that, we have it. Oh, you can't see it because anyway. So
page 28, right?
Yeah, BSC2. The group that I want you to consider is I want potential members. Think about potential members and let's include in that new members, because I look in them together. So what I want you to do is I want you to fill out this form. I want you to list activities that you think that these are specific activities, and they can be any of the 5 avenues of service. Probably vocation is the one that will come up the most. But list activities that you believe that that are expected by your new members or potential members. And then what avenue of service does that activity cover? And then what's your best guess? How well is your club doing that? Do they make the promise? This is the third column. Do they make the promise and they do it well? Do they make a promise, but they do it poorly with minimum effort? Do they promise, set expectations, but don't do it at all? Or maybe they did it years ago and now it's kind of fallen off on the wayside. Are there no promises and expectations, but you do things on the spur of the moment, but there's never been any expectation about that? And finally, no promise, no expectations, we don't do it anyway. I'm not sure what you would put there, but anyway. So any questions? I'm going to give you about 5 minutes to do this. Write down as many things as you can think of. Again, I've given you some samples, things like networking, business minute, new generations committees, new generations activities, structured club mentoring, in-club training, leadership training, attendance at RLI at no cost, okay, career days, anything else. You can use any of those plus any other ones that you have. I'm going to give you 5 minutes and I'll check back and see how you're doing.
Avenues of service. Mark Ellsworth, we need to chat back and forth a little. We should.
Does somebody mention that? What are the avenues of service again?
The avenues of service, they're on, let's see, what page are they? Oh, yeah, they're on the first page, that BSC one page,
27.
guiding principles. Club service, vocational,
27.
community,
Thank you.
international.
They're on page 27.
Got it.
Bruce, I'm calling you.
Oh. Yes.
Elevator music.
I like it. Nice touch. Hey, we need to do this next time.
Where's the music coming from? Ah, very good. Okay, thanks. That music is to fill the dead space while we're waiting for you to finish your. Did you do that, Jeff?
I did it.
That's the thing about online training is you don't want dead space.
Unless it's sourced, unless we've said.
Right.
And it fits the hats, at least some of them.
Oops.
So Jeff, that's really, you know, I was really going to give him 10 minutes. I said, that's way too long to have nothing going on.
It's probably true.
Did you bring your banjo?
Oh, I always have it. In fact, it hasn't been out of its case since, unfortunately, since we stopped meeting on a regular basis. We stopped. Hey, just take 1 or 2 more minutes here. 1 more minute. Then we'll see what you guys come up with.
Bruce.
Yes.
Can you look at your comments real quick?
A chat. Thanks, Julie. Okay, I think we've spent enough time on that. Now what I would do, I want to hear from you guys. The first thing is, would anyone like to share, just like Mark did with the 2 Marks, and well, let's first look at expectations that you think are being met. Give us an example of expectations for certain things happening in your club for your new members that are being met and how you're doing it. Surely somebody has something. Mark, you want to go? Mark Manhart? Yep, unmute yourself there, Mark.
I should just stay unmuted, With our new members, I put down first attendance. We kind of ask for an attendance of 50%, but I find with new members, they come all the time, you know. It's kind of the other people, the people that have been in the club for a long time, they start to drift away. Okay, what was the question?
The question was, what expectations do you think your club has, or that your members have, that your club is fulfilling the way that they promised?
Right, and I was going to say attendance with newer members. Yeah, that's all. I was just saying our new members tend to be very good at 50% attendance and better. They're kind of new at it. They want to become part of the group. They're coming all the time.
Right. Okay. And Mark Ellsworth, you got anything you wanted to add to that?
I had down service projects. I think we have a pretty good calendar of service projects. I couldn't really say that we always do it well. I mean, I think we work hard at it, but we have a lot of club members that don't participate in our service projects. And sometimes when we reach out to them, that is kind of an issue. So it's kind of that whole engagement thing. And I know that there are people that come to Rotary for different reasons. And so for some, that isn't one of them. But I kind of talked out of both sides of my mouth. I think we work hard at service projects, but I could not say that I could score it that first category that we do well. We still have work to do to try to get more club engagement. You know, we have 120 some members, and we've got, like a lot of service clubs or any other organizations that you've been involved with, we maybe have a fourth or a third of our members that are really engaged in our projects, and then we have a lot that every once in a while maybe.
Okay. All right. Does anybody else want to share? Deborah.
Bruce, Tanya has her hand up.
Oh, okay. Hold on a minute. Okay. Who does?
Tanya.
Tanya. Debbie, hold that. Deborah, hold that thought.
No problem.
If Debbie needs to go, it's okay. or should I just go? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to mention the specific activity was, and I'm in the vehicle, so I apologize, but mentorship, and that would be under, for me, club service. I have had an amazing experience as a new member. I don't think I'm 3 months old quite yet in Rotary years. But I have been giving, I mean, I know the first names of just about every committee chair, and they've reached out, and I mean, I've had an amazing experience with being integrated into Rotary as a new member. And I can't say enough about how much I've been mentored and shown the ropes. I know there's lots and lots to learn. Like today, I was just a sponge. And I'm just excited about the mentorship piece that was afforded to me as a new member. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Now, Deborah.
Okay. Well, first of all, Tanya, I think that I'm very jealous that your club is doing such a great job with mentorship. We used to, and this is an area that we need to really work on again. one of the things that we do well is that many of the people that become new members have a lot of enthusiasm for local projects. And so we get really good participation with that and some really interesting fundraising techniques. Bicycle poker is going on today. I mean, there's all kinds of weird things, but there's a lot of enthusiasm to do these kind of things. But certainly our president-elect is here with us, Carolyn Moore, and she and I have been talking about what we could do to improve our mentoring and having our club really understand the larger scope of Rotary. They're focused so much on the individual club, and they don't often understand that they're part of a district, let alone a part of more of an international focus.
Yeah, okay. That's right. So what can we do how can we help that? How can we improve on that, Deborah?
Well, Carolyn and I are going to work on that. It's been a little bit more challenging with everything being virtual. So when I used to do it, I used to meet with the new member, and we would have 4 sessions together, 4 lunches, where we would go over different topics related to Rotary and making sure they knew how to get onto My Rotary and on Club Runner, and be able to really participate in the day-to-day parts, as well as having encouragement to attend district conferences and trainings and all.
Okay, thank you very much. Anybody else want to share? Again, we're looking for promises that you think or expectations that you think your club offers to new members, what to expect joining your club, and that they do it very well. I'll take one more of those, and then we're going to switch around a little bit. If
I just want to ask if Deborah would put the bottom line on bicycle poker in the chat, because we have some questions about that.
I was going to add, our club has a formal program for new members, to initiate from red badge to blue badge, and that it's a process where they're required to attend 4, we call them NEOS meetings. I actually don't think NEOS stands for anything. I think that's kind of a joke. I don't know why, but so they have to attend 4 meetings, and those meetings are attended by generally at least one president or a past president, and then usually several committee chairs where they can sit down and actually have a little more of that one-on-one conversation and talk about what their committees are doing. They're required to be a greeter, at least during non-COVID times, so that they stand outside and shake every person's hand who comes in. Which gives them an opportunity to meet new people, and for the new members to actually or the old members have a chance to say hi, welcome. And then they're also required to do besides the greeting, a club, like an administrative service, like helping set up, or if we have musical people, they might sing the anthem, or help with checking in and out. And then the other thing they have to do is be on a committee. So we require all new members to get engaged on a committee before they can become a full-fledged Rotarian member. And by having them attend the NEOS meetings, they have that exposure. But then we have 2 people who are in charge of that committee, plus our executive director, who all are there focusing on these people and saying, we need to get these people moved through the system. How can we get them involved? And so there's kind of that dedicated organization to getting them through and getting them involved from the get-go and not leaving them floundering.
Very good. Thank you. Richard, I saw you raise your hand a little while. Richard Bruce.
Well, I was just going to say that being a small club, we're Rotary Sunrise Rio Rancho is about 12 members. So it makes it easier for us to keep the newer members involved, because there's an expectation that pretty much everybody is on a committee or is one of the officers. And then many of our projects, whether it's our Nursing Gala Scholarship or our flag project, U.S. flag project, if everybody's not involved, we can't even accomplish them. So it's almost like just a team effort. So everybody does stay fairly involved, but that's easier with a small club.
Yeah, understand. Yeah, it's like I was saying with the grants club, you know, having the opportunity, and then this falls under the vocational avenue of service. Having the opportunity every week to talk about what's going on in your business and how it relates to what's going on in the community, it's great for them. They really do appreciate that, and as far as I know, they still do that. Now, okay, so now this is a little tougher one. Did anybody come up with an expectation that, you know, is not being met very well? You know, partially or maybe not even at all, that you would share with us? Notice how long I can wait without worrying too much.
Well, Bruce, I think we're not doing a good job with the opportunity to network. That's somewhere we could really put some energy easily.
Very good, Sonny. And that's a carryover from the old days.
Yeah.
Those of us that have been in Rotary for a long period of time, it was drummed into us is you will not talk about your business during Rotary. Oh, that's changed.
So Frank Devlin said the reason he joined Rotary was for the business networking opportunities.
That's right.
You know, and he, you know, look what happened with him.
Yeah. And what I heard when I first joined Rotary was that, hey, don't worry about it. You know, it'll come. You know, if you are an active member of the club, the vocational, all those goodies will happen to you. People will start wanting to get involved in your business simply because you're a member of the club. But don't push it. That's what
My father. Some of us join the club to get away from work and business.
That's true. Rachel, did you want to add anything? Or you were just agreeing?
Right? I was just agreeing. I mean, there again, I work at an elementary school. So every now and then I need to be around more grownups, and lunch at Rotary is the perfect opportunity for that.
Okay, well, I'm going to share one with you with my club, and it'll probably strike a chord with you guys. And that is, we used to have a pretty good mentoring program in our club to mentor new members. And we would stick with them for almost a year to make sure. And because what I've noticed when I was membership chair for my club, and by the way, I was membership chair for the district for 3 years. What I noticed was that our new members, if we had a great amount of excitement whenever we induct a new member. It's a great, we have a great exercise that we do whenever we bring our new members in. The entire club gets up and surrounds them after we've welcomed them, and they shake hands and everything, and then we forget about them. We forget that, you know, they don't show up for a week. Nobody calls them to make sure that, are you going to be able to join us or anything like that, because they don't have, we quit doing the mentoring thing. And it wasn't that we did it on purpose, but what happens every year, new president, new ideas, so on and so forth, things get left behind. So if you've got something going on, and I haven't got any time left, but here's what I ask you to do. Go back to your club. If you know that there's things that your new members expect that aren't being fulfilled, bring that up to your president. Bring that up to your membership chair. Let them know, hey, I think we could do a better job, especially, example, with mentorship. Let's get some good mentors in there, people that will really take this on well, and let's make sure our new members, we don't forget about them, because that's when we lose them early on. We just forget. We have all this excitement, and then it all goes away, and we focus on the next new member. So with that, I have enjoyed our time together. Take these thoughts back to your club. Take a look and see, what do we do well? What are we not doing so well? How can we fix that? And what role can I play? Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Bruce. That was terrific.
Great presentation,
Thank
Bruce.
you.
Thank you. Great. And once again, great conversation. Thanks so much. Appreciate that, Bruce. Let's go ahead and continue on then with with Governor Tom Lindsay and making a difference. He is going to wrap things up for us.
Well, I want to congratulate everybody for finishing this section with us. Should tell you that the final test is open book and there are no wrong answers.
Thank goodness.
The part on Tom Walker will be multiple choice. Okay, this is kind of a wrap up for each of you to make a difference. Number one, we want RLI to make a difference in your club and with you and have impact on you. So first, I'd like to go around and if you take turns and speak up, what was the session or unit that was most important to you for your club and for yourself? Okay, Andy.
A pretty obvious answer since I'm directly involved with publicity, of course, that segment. So it relates to exactly what I do and what my focus is with the club. So pretty obvious.
Okay. Go ahead and speak up. I can't see all your hands. So Kathy?
Yeah, I think for me, the most important was Arturo's presentation. And
okay.
We really, I know Taos Milagro needs to do much more, more effort into getting ourselves in front of the community.
Okay. Be sure and think back through all the presentations and from the start, if you can remember them, and reminisce on them a little bit with me too.
There's a list on page 31.
Okay, thank you.
To jog our memories.
At the training in January, I took a bunch of notes on page 4 of that packet about Rotary opportunities because as a new member, first of all, I feel like I maybe have like a little outdated perspective of what Rotary was. I mean, my dad was a Rotarian, but in the 70s and 80s, and I was a Rotary Youth Exchange student in 1990. So I had a couple decades to catch up on. So it was nice to just kind of reframe what I thought Rotary opportunities were about and what currently has, you know, what is in existence and what has changed over the past however many years.
Great. Anyone else? Okay. I also want you to think about the presentations, what the content of these programs, what could be changed or maybe enlarged or improved in your mind. George?
I'm sorry, Tom. I was just before you said that, I was just thinking that, you know, I wouldn't be able to pick any one area as being the most valuable to me, but what I liked was getting one or two good ideas from each section, and sometimes it would just be by, you know, ideas of what other clubs are doing from members of the class.
Mm-hmm.
But ask me again what the question you were asking me was.
Well, what could you see RLI improving on or doing more of?
I guess with what I had just said previously, maybe we could ask each member to put down one thing that their club does that they really enjoy, and then we could share that as a group, or one thing that they wish their club did differently, and we could share that as a group. If it could be asked of us prior to the class, so that we could come up with something. Just an idea.
To kind of piggyback on what George is saying, I think if we had action steps that we write down that we will try to take in our Rotary Club.
Good. Have any of you applied anything or consciously applied any concept or idea you've received from RLI in your club. Any of you?
So I reported back to the board some of the stuff that I had learned at the part 2. And, you know, I some of those, what I heard other clubs doing, like the pancake breakfast, or even, you know, just barbecues for the club, I thought were great ideas. And I thought, you know, some of those things would be fun to do with, you know, the other club in our community. You know, could we do a pancake breakfast together to just build our teamwork in our community, but also to do some kind of fundraising and help our community. So, you know, I saw a lot of things our club could do or clubs could do together.
And
I would say the same as Jerry. Like, I happened to sit on 3 committees somehow in my first year of being a member. And so I had 3 people to report back to about different ideas I had heard and different ideas. And also just to really, I remember specifically the conversation I had with our public image chairperson, because she's doing a fantastic job. So part of what I was able to say was, a lot of what you're already doing, I heard in training today. So good job, girl. So that was nice to have like an encouraging conversation to somebody who has dedicated their time to some leadership this year.
Rachel, if you're on 3 committees and you're a new member, then I can say that they're definitely engaging you.
True.
Oh, yes. Well, my mentor is chairperson to the first one I joined, and then the others fell into place after that.
I think a big bonus of this specific RLI that I've been a part of has been the opportunity to work across districts. And I guess I would very much encourage RLI to keep that. I think being able to see how things are done from different districts is one of the biggest bonuses of what I've been able to see. And I think it's also a way to encourage more participation across districts, which is also, I think, a huge step in helping members see Rotary beyond where you are. And so if there's a way to keep multiple district RLI going, I think that would be a step in the right direction.
Good.
A great point, Ryan. Governor Tom.
Yes.
I want to share something with everyone, if I may, which pertains to the what would we like to see expanded. You know, it's hard to add anything to what we've got because it's already a pretty extensive and comprehensive program. However, Rocky Mountain Division Chair Jeff and I have been talking about doing an RLI graduate course, which would be focused on leadership skills and might particularly perhaps focus on public speaking and the Rotary Toastmasters Alliance. So that's cooking, and we think it's going to be really cool, and hope you'll think about joining us for that.
I think it's a good idea too.
Thanks.
Public speaking on Toastmasters will help all of us.
Yes.
I've only done 2 of the leadership sessions, so I haven't taken number 1 yet. But one thing that impressed me about Jeff's strategic planning session was looking at how we're moving toward goals. And our president set goals in Club Central, but the rest, most of our members don't know how to go and look and just see what the plan is. And so I think if there was something on how to navigate the reports in Club Central, that would be real helpful.
Good. I mentioned to Dan Garrison years ago in his trainings with us as his assistants at the time, he mentioned Rotary was run from the bottom up, not the top down. Occasionally we may feel like we were being run from the top down. I think if you look at the planning, that strategic planning, if the club engages more in deciding what they want to do, then they can ask the district and our leaders, which is their job, to help them accomplish some of those goals. I think is a good start to do this planning and take your club and then get the resources you need to accomplish those things. And that's what the district and Rotary International is for.
Tom, Tanya has her hand raised.
Hi. Yes,
Yes.
I'd actually like to I'd like to share this point. I was actually introduced to the Rotary Club by a member from Toastmasters. So it was very interesting that I really didn't have a deep understanding of the Rotary Club, but she did, and she was in the Toastmasters, and she asked me, she says, well, look into it a little bit. I think you'll be a great fit. So that was interesting for that partnership to take place for us in the near future. Or has it taken place already? We partnered with them.
Yes, we're officially partners, and it's it's an ongoing thing. We're building our alliance together and figuring out what it looks like.
So that's perfect. I wanted to share that. And the other point was attracting members. I'm a part of another nonprofit organization, and I actually asked to be a guest speaker to share, since I'm a new member. Again, I'm only 3 months old in Rotary years, to share the gifts that keep on giving in the community about Rotary. And I actually had a diverse group of individuals, and that's the other thing I was looking at, attracting new members that were from diverse backgrounds. And then they did raise their hand. So I have several people that would love to come as my guest. So attracting new members is one of the things that I think, since Rotary has such a long-standing history of doing great in the community, people are raising their hands like, me, let me know about it. So we've got a great brand, and I love to be a part of this. Just wanted to share that.
Great. This is the time also, how can you as participants encourage your own club members to take courses like this? You know, it's a voluntary effort, not mandatory. What can you do to encourage the increase of knowledge that these sessions give you?
Governor Tom, I think we've.
I was going to say, post about it on social media.
Yeah, that's one way.
I think we've seen some of that already then, and it's great to see Carolyn and Deborah with Santa Fe participating, and we've had folks from Angel Fire, and so through, and especially in El Paso, because for quite a while RLI, at least in outside of the Albuquerque area, has just been kind of quiet, and so it's I'm really excited to see the renewed enthusiasm, and that actually was part of Renee Canton's, our co-coordinator. The dream is that each club would pay for 1 or 2 club members to participate in RLI, and so maybe this is something we could carry forward then into Bob's year.
It has grown. Kathy and I participated in some early sessions that weren't so large. And so it's really great to see all these folks here too.
Tom Warren has his hand raised.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. After I went through session 1, I found there was just so much to think about, to talk about, so much thought that would impact my own club in El Paso, that I went to our president and suggested that we might want to encourage multiple members of our club to join, so we would have a common frame of reference and have an opportunity as we went through the year to talk about these issues, the ones in particular that we thought could really help us be a stronger club. And I'm delighted to see that so many of our club members have joined to participate in these thought-provoking discussions.
Great. Well, I'm going to wind it up and thank all of you and encourage you to go forth and have service above self in your mind, and continue your great participation in Rotary. It makes our district and districts now greater. I'll turn it over to, for graduation there, to Kathy. Oops, she's coming back.
Thank you, Tom.
Sorry, I just heard my mom was trying to burn down the neighborhood, so oops. Mom. Sorry. Do I need to answer something?
He's just turning it back over to you for
Oh, okay.
graduation. We are complete. Thank you, Governor Tom. That was
Thank you,
really
Tom.
helpful.
Thank you so much.
Extraordinary.
Yeah, wonderful conversation here, and I am so pleased to have each of you a part of this. And Ryan, you're absolutely right. Anything that we can do, I think, across boundaries then is always helpful. That way, then you guys in Nebraska can know that yes, New Mexico is a state, and we can know that yes, Nebraska really does exist, and it's not just Texas. So
and we're hoping to be at a certain wine fest in the near future. So
oh
Indeed.
yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
And a chili challenge too.
Oh, there you go. And maybe we'll play some bicycle poker while we're at it then. So great things today. So thank you all so very much. So it's really now my pleasure. And I do have one more hat, but there's also a hat in the video, something or another's. And
Oh, yes, the video filters.
let's see, I can't remember. I think this is the right side then. So ladies and gentlemen, let me see here. It's really great to just to be able to acknowledge those of you that have sat through. I should be able to count up the hours, but I don't think I can do that then. But to actually be our graduates then right now. And I'm trying to do multiple screens and not doing any of them very successfully. So let me do this. Oh, don't laugh at me, Jeff.
I'm not laughing at you. Laughing with you.
Yeah, right. So we have just let's see, Jeff, I think I would like to share my screen here. So let me try and do that. And let me go back to this though. And
suspense.
I'm sorry. All right, so I'm going to share screen. And here we go, right here. And that's a good question.
Carolyn Moore, RLI #1 on May 1st.
Yes, thank you. We also have dates for the 2nd and the 3rd, another version of the 3rd then. So can you guys see my screen or?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So special just for all y'all here, you guys and you ones then. So John told me that he has completed the series before, so I think John Dresden gets like super bonus points for having gone through twice. So maybe that makes him a RLI master here. But Warren, Kathy Herman, Yasser, George, Richard, Dean from District 5520, and then we have Aaron and Ryan, Mark Ellsworth and Mark Manhart, then from District 5650. And I'll send this to each of you guys because this is, just a little bit different then, but each of you will have your own individual certificates as well. Nikki, I think you're on here someplace if I recall, right?
I'm on the line, and we have to add Julie to that list of graduates.
Oh, how did I miss Julie? Oh man,
I don't know.
I know. I even told you
changed
that
my hat for this.
Oh man, let me see if I can find you here. Oh yeah, there. I love it. I love it. I even told Nikki that you were graduating as well, and then I forgot. Okay, my bad. But I won't try to sing pomp and circumstance. But anyway, we're just so proud of you guys, and thank you. It amazes me because every time we do RLI and like Jeff and Bruce and Tom and Sunny, we've been doing this for a long time. But I learned something new every time, and that is just so totally cool. So with that said, I'm going to turn this over to Governor Sunny and then Nikki, and for their comments and cool stuff. So I'm going to stop my share.
so we can see everyone. Did we miss anyone? Is there anyone else here who's completed all 3 sessions who isn't on the certificate yet? Oh, good. Nikki, do you want to go first?
Well, I can. Thank you, Sunny.
Sure.
I want to congratulate Mark and Julie and Ryan and Aaron. And we appreciate the fact that you wanted to try this RLI Zoom program, which we're so grateful to have District 5520 invite us to join. And I agree with every comment about the collaboration. And I heard you guys sharing ideas across districts, and it's just amazing. And we're all going to be better for it. We will make sure that your certificates are presented, and we also have our RLI pin, lapel pin that we give out, and we'll make sure that you get all that swag when we can get around to it. But I want to thank Kathy, Jeff, Renee, and of course Sunny, and everybody at District 5520 for welcoming us with open arms. And thank you, 5, for being a part of the program.
Well said. I wonder if we're letting in, really appreciating the historic nature of this. Not only that RLI can be on Zoom, that we can be together for this much time from so many far-flung places, and that it works so well. So I'm hoping that every single one of you, whether you're graduating today or not, is coming away with not only new wisdom and new ideas, but also new friends. It's also historic to be doing things in multiple districts, and I hope we continue that even when we are together in person again. And Zoom is, I think, here to stay, at least for some things like this, because it's less travel. We can do it in our pajamas and it's not expensive. So, you know, all of you, this is for all of you, you know that leaders come in all shapes and sizes and styles. And we won't all express our leadership in the same way. But I think one thing that leaders share in common is seeing a possibility beyond themselves and beyond even their clubs, and maybe even beyond the district. We are seeing the world in a different way. And
that hurts.
Sorry. I thought I heard something. So, so many things I want to say all at once. Does that ever happen to you? You have to pick one. I want to thank all of you for participating and offer my heartiest congratulations to those of you who are graduating today. Your stamina is to be commended, and so is your dedication. And besides that, I want to especially acknowledge the people who are taking this session, having completed RLI, as presidents-elect. I know George is one of those, and so are Kathy Herman and Dean Caldwell. Is there anyone else here who's a president-elect? It's a perfect timing for taking this, and we would recommend that you make sure your successors take advantage of the opportunity as well. If I have one regret, it is that you do not each have in your possession at the moment a kazoo, because I think we really need to celebrate you. So what I'm going to ask you to do is unmute for a moment and cheer our graduates. Would you be willing to do that, please?
Sure.
Now, yay!
Well, that's the Nebraska fight song.
You know,
are there words to that?
I don't know.
There we go.
Got it down pat.
So Kathy's holding up a piece of RLI swag for our graduates. It's a mask, a People of Action mask. I want to invite all of you to make sure you make notes right now or very soon after this call of the actions you intend to take as a result of your participation here today. And I want to give our graduates an opportunity to say anything they'd like to say to be complete with this process.
Whoops.
Well, there is that. Yes.
I think one of the great things about this training for me has just been getting to know the people in the district. You know, as a member, you don't really get to know the people in the district, but when you attend this and when you attend PETS, you really get to know some great people.
You do indeed.
Dean and I
Not
had
nearly.
Richard and then Mark Menhart.
I was just going to say that, echo what was said, it's been fun talking to everybody and seeing everybody from all around our district, but also from the other districts. And it's been great sharing ideas and picking up ideas. And I do appreciate all the instructors, because I know it's not necessarily easy to instruct via Zoom, but I thank all the instructors for helping out.
Thank you, Richard. I appreciate your saying that. They've been wonderful, haven't they?
Yes.
And don't forget, it's an opportunity you may seize as well. Facilitators, facilitators. Yes, Mark Manhart, I believe you had your hand up.
Yeah, they did a great job teaching on Zoom, which is not easy. Just the computer skills to type things out as you go, and that outline was very helpful. I think it's not nearly as intimidating as it seems to be, or it seemed to me that it would be very intimidating, the leadership thing. And so I think that's something we can communicate to everyone, is that it's just not, it's easy getting the leadership training. It was really engaging, and time flew by, and I got to go to Des Moines, travel to Des Moines and stay at a nice hotel for a night for one of our meetings, my part number 2, you know, or was it part number 1? Can't remember. But yeah.
We can't help you with that. That's great.
It's not intimidating. It was easy.
Oh, good.
We all
That's
whizzed
very
through this, all of us.
Very important. Someone said to me once that people who complete RLI never leave Rotary. And I think I understand why that would be, because the people who stay in Rotary are the ones who understand the depth and the possibility of Rotary. So congratulations. It's a gift you give not only yourself, it's a gift you give your district and you give Rotary.
Honey, I would like to comment on that comment about people staying in Rotary.
Yeah.
Jeff may remember that we had a presentation in Orlando. That's where Jeff and I met, on a study that had been conducted for exactly that exact information of how long people stayed in Rotary once they'd taken RLI. And it was pretty amazing information.
It is, isn't it? You can see why though, can't you? Who else? Anyone else something to say to complete?
Kathy Hartman.
I
Yes.
just want to say that I think this has been an invaluable session. And all the Zooms that I've been doing, I think it's 5 right now, that I've learned so many things that I had no clue existed before. And I've already tried to encourage members in our group to just sit in on these sessions, because it will teach them a lot, and it's not as intimidating as I thought it was going to be.
Not intimidating. That's
You
so
have work to do, Kathy.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Jeff's going to work on that.
Well, you've been so gentle with those of us who are brand new, and I really appreciate that. And everybody else who's shared their ideas. I have pages and pages of ideas written down. And I think Dean and I are going to do a really good job.
I'm certain of it.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
I'll be very brief, because I'm sure everybody wants to be going, but again, thank you all for doing this for us. I can't name all of my instructors, I'm sorry, so I won't name any, but Kathy for sure, my goodness. Big round of applause for Kathy again and again and again.
Thank you, Kathy.
And my question, I wondered, is there a YouTube channel for Rotary? At any level, a district level?
Many. Our district has a YouTube channel. District 5
So
has a
does
YouTube
ours,
channel.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
This
I will go
recording will
looking
be
for
on
that.
our YouTube channel.
Governor Dan, did you want to say something?
We're going to try to continue, following Kathy's lead. I agree with you. She's been amazing. I too like the sharing between the districts. We start finding out our commonality, our commitments, and our differences, which just adds spice to the other two. So God bless and thank you for your participation.
Yes, thank you, everyone. There have been some questions in the chat about when the next sessions are. Number 1 is scheduled on our district website for May 1st, and Kathy has promised we'll have another 2 and 3 before the end of this Rotary year, which will be fabulous because we're especially appreciating the people who completed in this Rotary year. And I just want to echo something that was said earlier about inviting the people you know in your clubs to come and participate with us. It's nice that it isn't intimidating. We will do our best to preserve that, even if Jeff works against us there. And I just want to say too that something you already know, which is 2 things. One is that no matter how much you know, there's always more to learn. And the other is it's always fantastic to hang out with Rotarians. So thank you all so much for your generosity and your engagement. You have been a delight. I salute you all. Kathy, back to you.
Thank you.
Okay, wonderful.
Thank you. Thank all of you.
Oh, great sharing. How about Governor Bob? Anything that you might like to share with us before we say adieu?
Adieu.
Thanks, Kathy. No, not really. Governor Sunny really said everything that needed to be said. I have enjoyed spending time with everybody. I appreciate the participation, and it's great getting to see all our brothers and sisters from the Cornhusker State. So everybody stay safe.
All right, thanks so much, Bob. One last thing, I don't have it available for you yet, but we'll be sending an email out to everyone then that includes notes from Jeff's strategic planning and Arturo's PowerPoint, and then the link for the evaluation, because we do read your comments and we want to improve continual improvement, part of our strategic plan. So please do that as well. So God bless all y'all, and make it a good day.